and good morning. Welcome to the second meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Growth and Infrastructure. Ms. Thomas, would you please call the roll?
Senator Brooks.
Here.
Senator Hammond.
Here.
Senator Spearman.
Here.
Assemblyman Ellison.
Present.
Assemblyman Levitt.
Here.
Assemblyman Miller.
Present.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Chairman Romarino.
And I am here. And it looks like we have all members present. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few housekeeping items. Members, I will remind you to keep your videos turned on during the meeting to ensure we have a quorum. And be sure to mute your microphone when you are not speaking to minimize the background noise. Our meeting materials can be accessed on the committee's webpage. As is consistent with our practices during the legislative session, it is our policy not to upload meeting materials which may violate copyright protections. Today, the presentation provided by the National Conference of State Legislatures under Agenda Item 5 has been uploaded to the committee's webpage in a redacted form to remove any potentially unauthorized copyrighted images. The full version of the presentation is available by contacting Ms. Christina Harper, our committee secretary. Anyone who would like to receive an electronic notification of and access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and final report can do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislative website. There will be a public comment period at the beginning and at the end of this meeting, and public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Today's virtual meeting format is important to keep everyone safe. And for those of you that will be happy to meet in person, this will be our last virtual meeting. Our next meeting will be in person. For the public who will be watching and would like to make public comment, there are 4 different ways of which you can do that, and they're listed on our agenda. You can do it by calling, and the number is 669-900-6833. Then enter the meeting ID. The meeting ID is 811-9092-9320, and then press the pound sign. You can also email your comments to us. Our email address is giii.interim@lcb.state.nv.us. And if you'd like to send us your comments by mail, please send them to the Research Division at 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701. And lastly, you can always fax your comments to us. Our fax number is 775-684-6400. So with all of that, let's get started. We do have a very long agenda today, and we'll go to the second item on our agenda, which will be public comment. Our broadcasting team, do we have anyone in the queue that would like to provide public comment at this time?
Thank you, Chair. To give public comment, please press raise hand in your Zoom window or *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Yes, hello. My name is Kimberly Glass. I have lived in Reno, Nevada since 2014. I have been disabled since birth and use RTC access paratransit. My public comment is specifically regarding this service for elderly and disabled consumers. I have a lot to say, and it's going to take more than 3 minutes, so I offer my contact information I sent it to the email I was advised to, if anybody wants to further discuss. The main thing is last April 2021, I suffered a very severe accident due to Access not providing door-to-door service like they state they do, and I can tell you they do not, along with a lot of other untruths or falsifications. The way they handle their consumers is borderline inhumane and inconsiderate. We're left to sit and wait for hours sometimes in extreme weathers. And nobody in that company that I have talked to thus far, which has been customer service managers, upper management, and people at RTC, seem to care about the issues that me and my peers are facing. It is actually kind of a liability because some of the individuals have had accidents and incidents like mine. I fractured numerous bones last April, and I still suffer consequences. I rely on Access to get to many things, doctor's appointments primarily, and some of the times I don't even make it on time, and I know I'm not the only one that faces that. So I feel there's a lot to be discussed in regards to this service. I feel that we should have better services and have someone hear our voices and the concerns that we have as consumers. It's money motivated, and I don't feel that they take into account the consumers that they serve. So I will close with that, and I hope that I get contacted by a few of the people interested in maybe hearing more. I have worked in transportation for many years, and I've offered my help in training their drivers for disability awareness, and I have not yet been taken up on that. And I offered the service for free. So that just further attests to, I feel, the lack of care in serving the community in a humane manner. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to having further discussion about this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Glass, for joining us and for your comments. And I'm sure that you will get a few calls from members on this committee. BPS, do we have another caller?
Caller, you're unmuted and you may
Good
begin.
morning. Thank you so much, Ms. Broadcaster. Good morning, Chairwoman Danielle Monroe Moreno and the committee members. My name is Dora Martinez, DORAMARTNI, and easy, sorry. I represent the Disability Peer Action Coalition, and Kimberly Glass, the prior caller, is part of our peers. And I echo a lot of what she said, agree 100%. It says on the agenda on their presentation for RTC that they're door-to-door, when in fact on their regulations, if there's a step going up, even a curb, the drivers are not allowed to take that step to open a door to a customer who is not ambulatory or maybe ambulatory or not, but they are not allowed to do that. So it's kind of oxymoron because there are steps going down the bus. So I don't know how they do that. They were required to do that. And also they are not allowed to help a lot of disabled folks and people who are elderly using the paratransit. And I sat there and I hear them because I'm totally blind. I hear them. The drivers are not allowed to help a woman or a man with their groceries, which is kind of, defeats the purpose of paratransit. And when before strike started, or during the strike, a lot of people with disability, Chairwoman Moreno, were left out for 3 hours waiting for the bus. And we found out the reason is because RTC had our access ADA trained driver go on flex and serve the general public, while disabled people who goes through a certification were left in the heat or the cold and were late for their dialysis. Some of them sat in their diapers, I'm just being really raw here, sat in their dirty diapers for 4 to 5 hours waiting for a bus that never came on time. And we do schedule 3 days in advance for these trips. Like today, I was picked up an hour later, even though I scheduled 3 hours in advance. And it's always like that beginning of the month. And their excuse is there's not enough drivers. Well, maybe if they stop paying their drivers $9.50, less than $10 an hour to start, then that won't be a problem. Right now, my son earns more than $15 an hour, and he just press buttons. These essential drivers, for RTC Ride and RTC Paratransit are essential. They need to be paid a respectable wage. $9.50 an hour is not respectable wage. It's not enough to pay rent. And then they say that because of COVID, there's not enough drivers. Well, maybe if they gave them the drivers what they needed in order to survive in the city, they wouldn't have a shortage, because they had a lot of drivers before COVID. And there was 3 strikes happening. And while there was 3 strikes happening, they still charged the paratransit riders tickets, while the regular RTC ride passengers were riding for free. And only during the second strike, the paratransit riders were given the privilege of riding for free for 30 days, but we were still stuck on the bus for 3 hours, which is illegal according to the ADA. So we are always, I'm going to close, we are always last to be considered and first to go. And we don't know where else to go, Chairwoman Moreno, so we're here, and please hear our voice and our cries, because we do want to be independent. We do want to bring our kids to school, work, and our doctor's appointments. Right now with the school district, no buses, some of us are stuck, and Administrator Bill Thomas eliminated some of the routes. So now the paratransit cannot service those areas because the RTC ride are not serving those areas. So that really leaves us in a bind. So please hear us. There are ARP money out there. Use them and help this community be more inclusive and accessible and adequate ride for all. Because we do matter as a person with disability, because we're trying our best. Thank you so much for your time, and God bless you guys, and appreciate all you do, Chairwoman, and your committee. Take care.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martinez, for joining us today and for the information. And please know that we know that you all matter. Next caller.
If you have recently joined the call and would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and you may begin.
Hi, this is Tony Simmons. I would just like to express my appreciation to the legislature for their efforts to get just and reasonable rates for all customers of Nevada Power, NV Energy. Anyway, I really think you guys have done a great job trying. Unfortunately, as you know, it hasn't worked out very well yet, but we will get there soon. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Do we have any other callers?
There are no more callers for public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. As I said, we will have another section for public comment at the end of today's meeting. So we will close that agenda item and we'll move on to the third agenda item on our agenda for today, which is the approval of the minutes. Members, you should have received the minutes from our January 12th meeting emailed to you, and hopefully you had an opportunity to look them over. And are there any questions about the minutes? And if not, I will take a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting for January 12th.
So moved, Madam Chair. Second.
I have a motion from Assemblyman Watts, and the second was from who? I missed that, I'm sorry.
Assemblyman Miller.
Assemblyman Miller. Any discussion on the minutes, on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. And I am, yes, it looks like we are, it is unanimous. Thank you all. We're going to take things just a little out of order due to some scheduling conflicts today. I apologize, but we do try to accommodate. We know that everyone has a work schedule, and sometimes our schedule will conflict with that. So instead of going to agenda item 4, we are going to jump to agenda item 7. And for those of you that came before 7, I apologize. Be patient with me today as we get through this. Our agenda item 7 is a presentation on the motor carrier transportation and safety in Nevada. Commercial vehicles, as we all know, play an important role in the nation. We've seen the importance as we go through this pandemic and coming out of this pandemic situation. And it's important for Nevada's economy. Large trucks move billions of tons of goods each year. The daily uninterrupted flow of goods and services and passengers throughout the country and our state are made possible by the safe and efficient delivery of goods, services, and passengers. Today's presentation will provide more information on motor carrier transportation and safety. We have Mr. Paul Enos, the Chief Executive Officer with the Nevada Trucking Association, and I believe Mr. Bill Miller with the Federal Motor Carrier Administration, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and they'll make the presentation. So gentlemen, welcome to Interim Growth and Infrastructure, and the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, very nice to see you on Zoom. Members of the committee, for the record, I am Paul Enos. I'm CEO of the Nevada Trucking Association, and very pleased to be before you today virtually, presenting with my good friend and, somebody who I like to call my partner in safety here in the state of Nevada, Bill Miller, who is the administrator for Nevada Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. He's going to be presenting some data and some statistics as we move forward through this. So real quick, just want to give everybody kind of a quick reminder of the trucking industry in Nevada. Madam Chair, I really appreciate your opening about the industry. I love it when there's other people talking about the essentiality of our industry. And, unfortunately, I think that it has come to the forefront over the last couple of years, not because we're doing things right, but because of world events that put a lot of challenges on our supply chain. Here in the Silver State, trucking moves 95.3% of all of our manufactured tonnage right here in the Silver State. That's up from what we do nationally, which is 72. And that makes sense because we don't have a Mississippi River or an extensive rail network like we do in some other states. We employ, I would tell you these numbers are a little old, although it has been harder and harder for us to get drivers. 54,350, that's from 2019, about 1 in 23 jobs in the state. Most of our drivers are men. 92% of our drivers are men, but we have made some strides of late. We have doubled the amount of female drivers we have had over the last decade. We were at 4, we're now at 8%. So we're making some progress there. And, for us as an industry, doesn't matter what you look like, what your background is, where you're born, what your religion or sexual orientation is, as long as you're coming with that attitude of safety, that's important. And it is interesting, we do find, especially in the younger drivers, some of our women drivers are the safest ones out there on the road. They don't take a lot of unnecessary risks. So we are really trying to do some more outreach to get more female drivers in the cab, something that's very important to us. Where are we traveling? We're sharing the roads with everybody, with everybody else. All motorists in the state of Nevada on the 47,731 miles of public road. All motorists do 28.8 billion miles, and trucks are about 2 billion of that. So we are sharing the road with everybody. We can do a lot in terms of making sure that our trucks are safe and our drivers are safe. But when we're out there on the road, just like all of us, we can, make sure we're not distracted, make sure that our tires are full and that our vehicle's operating properly. But we don't always have control of what everybody else does out there on the road. And that's one of the issues that we have in our industry. Here in Nevada, we have seen this number go up fairly tremendously over the last few years. We have 7,602 carriers in the Silver State. And this data comes from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. This is every entity with the DOT number, about 31,000, little over 31,000 drivers and over 28,000 vehicles that are registered here in Nevada. Most of those folks are crossing state lines. 4,817 are crossing state lines. 2,615 just stay within the state of Nevada. And, in terms of what do those operations look like? Trucking companies here in Nevada are overwhelmingly small. As you can see in this graph, the lion's share is under 10 trucks. 4,033. I think it's almost 60% of our trucking companies in Nevada are one truck operators. So very small operations. And most of those folks are for hire. We do have 2,220 that just haul their own freight. So that's, if you think about that, that's McDonald's hauling for McDonald's, or Walmart hauling for Walmart, or a construction company that is hauling their own product. And in terms of the type of carriers, and you can have some different classifications. Most of our folks here in Nevada haul freight, 7,352. We have a few passenger operations, 250, and in terms of the big buses, 17, with 55 household good movers that are registered right here in the Silver State. And here's that 5-year trend that I was talking about. In 2017, we were just under 5,000 motor carriers. You have seen this proliferate over the course of a year, and we'll talk a little later about where we're seeing some of this proliferation. What types of trucking operations we are seeing spring up, and we'll talk about a little bit of a safety gap that we have unfortunately. In terms of fleet size, once again, this just shows you those power units. That's that 4,537. Those are the carriers with only one truck operation. So in Nevada, the trucking industry, while we have very big carriers that are operating here, most of our folks are small. One thing that all our folks have in common is every day when they get out and they get into that truck, they're doing a checklist. They are looking at the truck, making sure that everything is functioning properly. You have what they call a daily vehicle inspection report. So they're looking at the air compressor, the air lines, the brakes, the batteries, the steering, the windshield wipers. So just like a pilot will sit down before they decide to take that plane up into the air, a truck driver is doing the same thing before they go out there on the road. And that's really one of the best things we can do for safety. Make sure that truck that is typically moving 80,000 pounds and sharing the road with everybody, that they are safe. We, in the last few years, have had a lot of technology become available and more accessible to the industry. So this represents a forward collision system where you have computer systems in the trucks that are looking forward, and they can apply the brakes before the driver can. If they see something out, we're sharing the road with, whether it's a biker, whether it's a pedestrian, this kind of technology provides that safety cushion for our drivers. Cameras have become extremely important for our industry in the last few years. For us, not just to monitor the driver, but for us to see what's going on around us. I was having lunch with one of my members the other day, and there was a hard break with one of his truck drivers in the Bay Area. He was able to pull it up on his phone, see what had happened. That gives us the ability to manage folks remotely. If this was an incident, and in this case it wasn't, where the trucker reacted poorly, you can bring him in, you can provide coaching. This was one where he absolutely had to do it, so he gets a kudos. And of course, the last thing anybody wants is a driver to be tired while they're moving 80,000 pounds down the road. Since 2017, we have been required to have electronic logging devices in every single truck that monitor when a driver is on duty, when they are taking a break, when they are being loaded. This provides our drivers with that compliance tool to make sure that they're safe. Every driver can only be on the road for 11 hours a day driving. They have to take a half-hour break sometime within that first 8 hours. So all of this is monitored, and we upload this system when we get pulled over roadside to the highway patrol. And or I should say the Nevada State Police now, two of our most essential partners in safety, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration and the Nevada State Police, which I think they're still calling the highway patrol internally. But they are out there making sure that our trucking companies, that our drivers are doing the right thing. Every single trucking company has a scorecard. I pulled this up the other day from one of our trucking companies, and they're looking at, have they been put out of service? Have they got a ticket where they have to say, hey, you cannot move forward until you do something different. So for this company, 11.8% of their violations were out of service. So compare that with 21.1% to the national average, 0.2% drivers out of service. So this company is actually performing better than a lot of their compatriots all over the country. Those scores are determined on 7 factors that they call the basic scores, where they do an analysis based on roadside inspections, based on citations, based on when somebody pulls into a port of entry and gets inspected. How are they doing in terms of unsafe driving? Are they speeding? Are they making unsafe lane changes? Are there things that are going to, are there flags that are going to say this is a carrier that could be in a crash? Hours of service. Are they driving past those 11 hours? Or are they not taking their breaks? Are they doing proper vehicle maintenance? Controlled substance and alcohol. We're going to talk about that a little bit more lately, but every truck driver is required to pass a drug test, and they are enrolled in a drug testing consortium. So even if you have one truck, you have to be in a consortium that can call you up anytime for a random drug test. And then hazmat and driver fitness. Is the driver properly qualified? Do they have their medical card? Anybody can look this data up on any carrier. And so we can take a look at this carrier. Here's their violations. This is on unsafe driving. You have a driver that was speeding or violating the lane, not supposed to travel in a particular lane. They all get a score, and that is a great thing. Our High Patrol sees this. They have all this data, so they can decide who they want to target based on all the scores off of all of these violations. So this is very data intensive. Our friends of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, they're the ones who manage and regulate this data. But it's really been a great tool for us to find out who those safe companies are, as well as those folks who may need some extra help. And that's what the folks at the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration do. I love this chart because it shows the partnership that we here in the state of Nevada have with the Highway Patrol. That number that's just a little over 1, that is the number of violations versus clean inspections. Because in terms of truck safety, the relationship we have with the Nevada Highway Patrol, it's a carrot and stick. If you are a good carrier who doesn't have any violations, they'll give you a clean ticket. If they find a violation, they give you a citation. And you can see here in the Silver State, our Highway Patrol gives out as many clean inspections as they do violations. So I really like that number. That helps display the partnership that we have where they're rewarding those folks that are safe. We did see a big spike at the pandemic when they wanted to make sure that we were getting all the freight we needed to get into our grocery stores, you know, from meat to toilet paper to PPE. And we had that violation to inspection number pop up really high, the highest we'd ever seen it. And that was because they were looking for those folks that there were issues with their vehicle where they'd be writing a citation. So they weren't doing as many clean inspections, and we can all understand why. Now I'd like to turn it over to my good friend, Mr. Bensmiller, the Nevada administrator for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, who's going to talk about some of the crash data that we've seen with trucks over the last few years. Bill.
Thanks, Paul. For the record, Bill Bensmiller, Division Administrator for Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for allowing me to participate today and share some of the information through Paul. Mostly you can see, I won't go over this, but you can see, and we've seen increases. We saw some decreases throughout the years. You can see on crash data, but actually with the 2021 crash data, it's actually gone up again. And that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody on the committee. Basically, I work closely with Paul, and then I work very closely with Nevada State Police. We provide about $4 million a year in safety funding for commercial motor vehicles for those types of opportunities for them. They're our main partner. We have a few other people that we provide funding to, such as Reno Police Department and some other people that have safety programs for commercial motor vehicles. This is an increase in funding along with the increase in the number of fatals we're seeing and the number of crashes that we're seeing. Luckily, the infrastructure bill that was just passed by Congress has a lot of increases for the states. To give you an example, in 2021, we were providing about $2.5 million to the state of Nevada for these types of safety programs. And this year, in 2022, that's risen to about $4.1 million. Next slide, Paul. This is just a chart that shows you some of the freight volume that goes through the state of Nevada. Paulinos uses this all the time, a lot of his presentations, and it comes out of freight waves. It shows the increase in some of the freight volume versus the vehicle miles traveled in the state. And it's just a representation to show that there's somewhat of a correlation between these things. Obviously, most people would agree there is a correlation in exposure versus the amount of vehicles on the road, things of that nature. And we see these things in a micro level too in the state of Nevada when we compare Clark County with other counties, obviously. And that would show up in the data as well. Go ahead, Paul. This is kind of what we're talking about here, is that it shows that obviously most of the crash stats will come out of Clark County. So we try to do as many safety programs with the state of Nevada and funding opportunities for things that you might have seen in the news, such as like the safe driver programs and the officer in the cab of the commercial vehicle, and they'll have outriders with the Nevada Highway Patrol that will look for safety movement violations around trucks and things of that nature, and outreach events that we do. This is a chart that will show you that we actually have domiciled carriers in other states such as California, Texas, Utah, Arizona, and those carriers are domiciled in those states, but they'll come into Nevada and they actually get involved in a crash. So the Nevada State Police and us and Paul, we can have all these safety programs, but we are trying to find ways to approach these carriers that are from out of state that come into Nevada and actually experience crashes here. And we're trying to influence them as well. As you can see, it's a big portion of the crashes that we have here in Nevada. Go ahead, Paul. This will show you some of the national trends as far as work zone safety involving commercial vehicles, seat belts, vehicles under 26,000. This is something that Paul and I would like to bring up to you, is that we're seeing an increase in some of these smaller, what we call hotshot type trucking companies that will come through Nevada. They may be carrying some type of smaller freight that has been purchased over the internet that they bring in. And then we see that there's a mixed bag of safety involved with those carriers, those smaller carriers, and maybe there's not the same level of training for the drivers and the same amount of drug and alcohol testing, things of that nature. So we're kind of actually seeing an increase in those. As far as at the very bottom, you can see that we're experiencing a huge surge in new registrations. I'm sure you've heard this from the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles as well, but our inventory has increased almost 3 times the amount at this current date. This slide's a little bit old, but our inventory used to be about 400 or so of these at any given time. And recently we're seeing somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,200 of these things at any given time of new people wanting to get into the industry. And typically these are the larger percentages, they're mostly the smaller type vehicles, hotshot vehicles that we were talking about. Go ahead, Paul. Again, this is just the increase in registered carriers that we see here in Nevada, which also this chart actually shows that our crashes at the bottom was actually decreasing, but that's actually on the move upwards. So if we included some of the new data, it would show that that's kind of trending upward, but we're actually doing well as far as increase of registered companies and then lowering of the commercial accidents. Next slide, Paul. And these are just some of our crash reduction plans we have with the state of Nevada, the people that take our grant funding and that we work closely with. Obviously, we go after high-risk companies that have data that shows that they're high risk, even if they're from another state, that I can contact one of my counterparts in another state and we can do some compliance enforcement activities on them. We do regular Zoom meetings with Paul's group, Nevada Trucking Association, and we do it with others, safety partners. We do a lot of conventions and outreach down in Las Vegas. I'm sure a lot of other people do too, but it's an opportunity for us to have a national approach down there. We have grants with Nevada State Police, Reno Police Department. We do a lot of partnerships with California Highway Patrol when it makes sense for us to do that. Again, I'll mention the Badge on Board program, which is where we use a commercial vehicle. State police goes out and looks for safety violations around the vehicle and has video cameras and either does enforcement or stops people and does an education with the driver. Also, we have this another opportunity that we have is household goods. I'm sure a lot of you have heard a lot of the complaints that have come about from a lot of the people moving across the country. We currently are working with Nevada Transport Authority to see if we can get a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement with them to do more household goods enforcement. And we also do safety and economic enforcement on those types of operations where they have not protected the consumer. Next slide, please.
So now we're going to talk about an issue that is something I know a number of us are concerned about. We have had, conversations at the legislature over the last number of years, and that is, making sure that our truck drivers are not impaired while they're driving. Prior to 2020, a truck driver could have a positive drug test and go down the street and get another job from another trucking company. A drug and alcohol clearinghouse, something that we advocated for a long time, finally went into effect. So anytime there is a positive drug test, that goes to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, and that driver cannot return to work until they have completed a return to duty status. So out of the positive drug tests that we have seen, or the positive tests, 82% of them are for drugs. So we're not seeing a lot of alcohol. It's mostly violations for controlled substances. And what we are seeing in terms of the controlled substances, where we've seen the greatest number of people testing positive, is on the marijuana side. So over 60,500 drivers could not drive because they tested positive for marijuana. Unfortunately, we still see cocaine, we still see methamphetamine. But the nice thing about this is this drug and alcohol clearinghouse has taken 81,000 drivers that were impaired, that were using off the road. Now, you had over 100,000, 104,000, almost 105,000 drivers with a violation. Those drivers, after they complete a return to duty process where they have to go to a DOT certified substance abuse program, can start driving again, but only until you've completed that program. Now, truck driver shortage is something that we hear a lot about in the news, as part of this overall supply chain issues. 80,000 drivers is a number that we typically cite. I'm not going to tell you that this is the whole problem. I actually think we're getting these drivers out of the industry is actually a good thing, because, for safety, we don't want folks that are impaired out there, but it is causing, it's one of the factors that's causing the truck driver shortage that we see today. When you look at Nevada, we have 1,132 drivers that are no longer driving because they couldn't pass a drug test. Once again, I'll tell you that is a good thing. Bill talked about the hot shots. Now, what is a hot shot trucking company? A hot shot trucking company is somebody with a big pickup and a trailer, and they move everything from cars to boats to hay to, as Bill mentioned, they could be in e-commerce. And over the last few years, I get 2 calls a month from people calling me, asking me, hey, do I have to be regulated by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration? Do I have to get a DOT number? What do I have to do? And what I tell them is, are you going to cross state lines? And how much does your rig weigh? A F450, might top out at 8,500 pounds. You add a trailer and you add freight, you're going to hit that 10,000 number. That 10,000 number, that 10,000 pounds number is important, because that's when you get regulated by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration if you're crossing state lines. In Nevada, we do not regulate you for drug testing, for doing your daily vehicle inspection report. All of the things that you typically would be regulated under, we don't regulate you until you get to 26,000 pounds. And Bill can talk about this here in a second. We have seen, unfortunately, those accidents increase. We did see this fairly horrific accident. Now, this was that type of carrier. This was on Spooner Summit in November, carrying a boat down from the lake. This carrier was crossing state lines. They were regulated. But I think seeing these kind of accidents with these types of configurations, I went to my board of directors back in December, and we had a conversation. Should we look at bringing that number down, marrying it to the feds, going down from 26,000 to 10,000 pounds? Now, potentially, you could capture, people who are, landscaping companies who are, just kind of moving their things around. But I will say, if you are a for-hire entity, if you're holding yourself out there to transport freight, and you are in that realm between 10,000 and 26,000 pounds, I do think there is a place for some regulation there that makes sense. Bill, I'll let you speak to some of these incidents that we've seen.
All I would add, Paul, is that this specific picture that most of you are aware of, this happened south part of Carson City. The Nevada State Police and the DA here is prosecuting criminal charges on the driver. Obviously, people have seen that in the news, but we were able on the federal side this was a company out of Florida, a marine hauler out of Florida that took this load. It was a young man in a Ford F-350, and this boat up at Lake Tahoe was extremely large and very heavy and didn't have the right braking system. We were able to prosecute this, collect the data from the Nevada State Police, and we were able to prosecute this company down in Florida, and we helped them down in that Southern Service Center to take them to federal court and prosecute them as a company. But that's because our rules go down to 10,001 gross vehicle weight rating, and that's what Paul's talking about. The other issue I'd bring up is the bike crash that we had down in Searchlight, which was it was horrible. It was terrible. Some of us were involved in that, and we were able to go after that driver. But that driver was a driver that had past problems with drugs, and it came out in the news. And then this person left a larger company that had good safety programs and went into this smaller e-commerce company that was delivering smaller packages. And then you could see the chain of events that happened, which were horrible and unfortunate. And
that was a 17,000 pound truck, Bill?
Correct. So we're seeing an uptrend in those type of crashes, and it's a big challenge for all of us. So.
And Madam Chair, that is all I have. I wanted to be respectful of your time, but you can see as an industry, we are very serious about safety. It is something that we are concerned with. And, we are an industry that spends $10 billion a year in terms of technology, in terms of training. This is the last kind of thing we want to see happen. And I hate ending it like this, but unfortunately, this can tend to be somebody's reality when folks don't do the right things. When they don't have the proper equipment, when they don't have trailer brakes, when they aren't doing those kind of inspections, or as Bill stated, not in that drug testing consortium. So that's why we think it's important for the state of Nevada to take a look at addressing that regulatory gap that we have right now with our interstate carriers between that 10,000 and 26,000 pounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I know I have a few members with questions, and we're going to start with Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a couple questions. I noticed yesterday that the amount of trucks on the highway was more than I ever seen. So it looks like they're really getting out there and moving a lot of product across the state. But that was probably the most trucks I ever seen on I-80 at one time. And I thought that was really good. They stayed in the right lane. They kept their speeds up. They did everything right. But it was amazing how many trucks are out there. And then the other question I have is Highway 93. I was up there the other day. I had to go up on a service call. And them passing lanes, to me, that they put up there on 93 is going to save a lot of lives. And maybe you can hit on that if you could.
Sure. Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Ellison. Well, hey, I love it when you're speaking about my hometown, John. I always love getting a question from a fellow Elko High School alumni as well. So good to hear your voice, buddy. Demand is not the highest it's ever been, but historically, we're experiencing demand in this time of year that we hadn't seen before the pandemic started. That demand has remained elevated. So there is still a tremendous amount of freight demand out there. Is it e-commerce? Is it, hey, people still aren't traveling, so they're spending money on things? I think it's there's a lot of reasons. And, typically when you see trucks out there, that means the economy is doing well. I have the fuel prices here behind me, as you can see. I know that's caused a little bit of a crimp in some activity, and I think we could see some of this stuff slow down with what we're seeing in terms of fuel prices. I don't know the truck passing lane you're speaking about on 93, John, but I do know truck passing lanes, Golconda or Immigrant Summit on I-80 when I'm on my way back to Elko are a great thing. We have a great relationship with our friends at NDOT who have a freight program. They have a freight advisory committee. We talk about these kind of projects, whether it's truck parking or truck climbing or truck passing lanes that make sense. So I'm glad to hear that worked out for you on 93, my friend.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I tell you, the amount of people that were in wrecks on that highway, it's way down, and the amount of people that NDOT's saving on them passing lanes, because that's a long ways between Wells and Jackpot, Nevada. So thank you.
Thank you. And members and presenters, I'll just remind everyone to state your name before you speak. It makes it really easy for our secretary and to use our last names when speaking and addressing each other. Any other questions? Senator Spearman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, I'm wondering, Mr. Enos, Senator Pat Spearman, Mr. Enos, have you all looked anything with respect to what's going on in Ukraine and the cost of fuel? That would be number one. And then number two, it appears that there is an appetite on you all's part to look at some type of regulation between the 10K and the 26K period. So have you looked at anything that looks like maybe a tiered system that would also include tier penalties, if you will? That's all.
For the record, Paul Enos, Nevada Trucking Association, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Spearman. Ukraine, we have seen the cost of fuel skyrocket over the last few days. You can kind of see here, maybe. See, I got a bit of a glare. So this right here, that's the invasion into Ukraine. So you can see that fuel prices have gone up tremendously just in this small period of time. So yeah, that's definitely had an impact. We've been experiencing fuel prices, increase over the last few years. I was on the phone with one of my members yesterday who told me 57% of his rate today is tied up in a fuel surcharge. So we are seeing an impact on the industry, as normally happens. The smaller folks who don't have the buying power that some of the really big carriers have, they're going to experience the brunt of it. While they do have a fuel surcharge, a lot of that is backward looking. So you can end up having cash flow problems when you're putting out a tremendous amount to buy fuel for that rig. So, it is definitely causing a bit of an impact for us today. The price, as well as the speed of that price, is probably where we're having the bigger impact. In terms of a tiered system, this is something that I have looked at and want to have some more conversations about. I know the state of Colorado, when they decided to go down from 26,000 pounds, they said, let's go to 16. And there was some reasoning and rationale behind that because they didn't want to, hit everybody with a landscape truck. And those aren't the folks that I want to hit either. But I think definitely for somebody who's holding themselves out as a transportation company, as a transporter, even if it's just within the state of Nevada, once you've hit that 10,000 pound level, to play by some of the rules that our other carriers play by, I don't think that's too much to ask for when you consider the damage that could potentially be done, if somebody isn't trained or they aren't doing those proper vehicle inspections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for our presenters? Councilman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Enos, for the presentation. And I always appreciate when folks bring kind of emerging issues to our attention. One thing I was just wondering if you could provide a little bit more information about, and I appreciate you sharing some of these stories. Of course, there was media attention around that crash in Colorado that I think got a lot of people's attention. And I've seen some of the safety systems that have been put into place in the trucking industry, and they are they're really impressive, frankly. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that inspection that drivers do on their vehicles, and then kind of how that's how some of the safety checks are independently verified as well. Could you just give us a little bit more detail on that? Thank you.
Sure. So, every driver is required to go and do an inspection of their vehicle every day. Where we do get that independent evaluation is when they are pulled over roadside or they do pull into a port of entry. In Nevada, we don't have ports of entry here, but we do have truck check stations that do get open. We do random checks, and we do a tremendous amount of roadside enforcement. While I appreciate the vehicle, doing the vehicle inspection, making sure that vehicle is roadworthy, that only accounts for less than 3% of all truck crashes where there's a vehicle maintenance issue. I am really proud of the job that our Nevada State Police, tough one for me to say. I'm sorry, for the record, Paul Enos, Nevada Trucking Association, if I didn't say that before. I really appreciate the job that our state police do, being out there on the road, looking for those things that cause the lion's share of crashes, and that's unsafe driving behavior. So if somebody's speeding, if somebody is moving in and out of lanes, or they're changing lanes erratically, that's where Nevada High Patrol really, I think, does a phenomenal job. Most of the citations that we see occur, I think 81% are on the road. So to me, you look at our numbers compared to other states, you look at the crashes that we have, I think our industry, as well as our regulatory and enforcement side, does a pretty great job of verifying folks are doing the right things.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before I let you gentlemen go, either Mr. Enos or Mr. Bensmiller, the last few weeks, I've seen some ads for new drivers for high school students. Can you talk about that? How young is too young to be a driver? And is there any additional training that would be involved in the instruction process? Because these young drivers would have less time behind the wheel of any vehicle before getting behind the wheel of a diesel truck.
So through you, to you, Madam Chair, for the record, Paul Enos, Nevada Trucking Association. So part of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act allows for a pilot program for 3,000 drivers to be able to cross state lines. Now, today, right here in Nevada, you can be 18 years old and you can get your CDL, and you can go all the way from Laughlin to Jackpot, Reno to Vegas, and you're fine. But that same driver could not go from Las Vegas to Kingman, Arizona. So right now we have drivers who are moving intra-state within the state who are in that 18 to 20-year-old realm. Part of what we did, this was called the Drive Safe Act, and we're working with our friends at the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and they are still working on the regulations, but there's a couple requirements to be one of these drivers in this 3,000 pilot program. So for that driver, you need to have 280 hours of training with an experienced driver. And that's driving a vehicle, 400 total hours with that experienced driver. that truck is required to have all of that safety technology, cameras, forward collision mitigation, braking. So there are more stringent requirements for that truck and that driver in that 18 to 20 year realm. The driver trainer has to be at least 26 years old, has to have 5 years of a clean driving record, no accidents. So we're doing our best to ensure that those people who are in their 18 to 20-year-old age range are, when they get out the road, they're going to be safe as any other driver of a commercial vehicle. One of our members has a truck driving school, just opened it on Rancho, and it actually has a beautiful simulator. And I'll invite anybody on this committee, if you want to go on over to the building and see this, it's pretty amazing. The simulator, I used to say it costs more than a truck, but I don't think I can say that today because we've seen truck prices increase too. $200,000 for the simulator, where you have people getting some experience before they get in that truck. So, you know, that is the nice thing about a simulator. There was a 19-year-old young man and a 20-year-old young lady. The young lady was in hotshot. She was getting her CDL because she wanted to be a hotshot driver. She already had her Ford F-350 pickup ready to go. It made me so happy to see serious people at that age who had a plan. And, you know, these were people, when you meet them, absolutely, I'd trust them to drive me. So it does take a different mentality to be a truck driver. It's not the easiest job in the world. We don't take everyone, as you can see, but I was really happy to see folks in that young age range who were getting their Nevada CDL to be able to, you know, get into a career, which really is still one of the fastest ways into that middle class strata, is to get a CDL and, you know, to be able to have a career and make a living for you and your family. And it actually really made me proud to see young people doing that.
Thank you so much for filling me in on all that. It was kind of scary when the way you heard it on the news. So thank you.
Hopefully you're less scared.
I'm a little less scared, but I hear, you know, a field trip to a simulator. So
we'll do it. And also, Madam, for the record, Paul Enos, Nevada Trucking Association. I'll invite anybody in Southern Nevada, or if you want to come down to Southern Nevada on April 23rd, we are going to be having our truck driving championship. That is on a Saturday. You can see what the best drivers right here in the Silver State are doing. They're required as part of their test. There's a written test that they know all the rules and regulations and highway safety. There is a test in terms of inspecting that vehicle to make sure it's roadworthy. And then we have a skills course. So we have the drivers go around a skills course, you know, everything from, you know, how tight they can make a corner to backing up. So I am open invitation to anybody on the Growth and Infrastructure Committee to come and take a look at this. It's going to be at AXT Transportation, and we'll go ahead and send that out to everybody on the committee. But love to have you down there. And we may not get you driving a truck, but we can at least get you in one to see what it's about.
That sounds good. Well, I thank you, Mr. Enos and Mr. Benz-Miller, for joining us here today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And with that, we will close that agenda item, and we will go back to the top of our agenda to agenda item number 4. We've invited the Department of Motor Vehicles to provide to the committee with an update of the status of select bills that were passed during the 2021 session. Transformation efforts currently undertaken by the department and issues that may come up before the 2023 legislature. So this morning, I believe we will hear from Ms. Tanya Laney, who is the Deputy Director from DMV, and Molly Lennon, Administrator with the division, and Susie Block and Sean Sever. I believe that's everyone we have from the department. If I missed anyone, I apologize, but the floor is now yours.
Good morning, Chair Monroe-Moreno and members of the committee. For the record, I am Tanya Laney. I'm the Deputy Director of the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles. You did get our list of attendees correct. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for letting us make this presentation to you today. As you stated to the committee, we do have a brief overview of the DMV for you, an update on our transformation, a report on how we're doing with implementing legislation from the 2021 legislative session, and issues that may come before the committee in the 2023 session. The DMV's vision is a national leader in DMV services. Our mission is to provide efficient motor vehicle solutions for the identification, licensure, and protection of all we serve. We have more than 1,200 employees in 8 divisions. The DMV collects $1.5 billion in revenue and conducts 5.7 million transactions yearly. We are funded through highway fund appropriations, fees, transfers, cost allocations, reimbursements, and commissions. Our number one goal over the next 4 years is our transformation to move the majority of our services online so people aren't required to come into our offices. We still, of course, will have offices open for people who want to do their business in person. And if you want to be the first in line, though, you can definitely go online to do most of our transactions after this transformation. We have 18 full service offices around the state, 8 satellite locations at rural county assessor offices, and 5 AAA partner offices. We also have 34 kiosk locations, which are not included on the map, but we do have a list of those available on our website. And we try to offer as many alternatives as we can for our customers. Now I'd like to turn this over to Molly Lennon, our Administrator of Research and Program Management, who will give you an update on our transformation.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Molly Lennon. As Tanya mentioned, I am the administrator for our Research and Project Management Division. We are leading the DMV transformation effort for the department. I wanted to give you a brief background on our current IT system, which is a COBOL mainframe application. It is 18 years old and it's at capacity for changes. It is unable to continue tracking and distributing the revenue we collect, no longer able to meet the growing demands of the public, and makes it difficult for us to deliver modern enhancements or respond to federal and legislative mandates, which is often reflected in the large fiscal notes that we submit each legislative session. The pandemic, as you know, fast forwarded our need for a new system, and you probably saw the lines of people outside of our offices when we reopened. We'd like to thank you for recognizing our huge need and authorizing $29.3 million in fiscal year 22 and $30.3 million in fiscal year 23 to fund our transformation. The remaining costs are estimated at $55.3 million for the 24-25 biennium, for a total project cost over the 4 years estimated at $114.9 million. This will transform the Nevada DMV into a 21st century organization that offers its services online, and you can see some of the things this will do for us and our customers on this slide. It will allow us to digitize our IT platform in a secure environment comprised of business functionalities, which include financial and case management capabilities, customer relationship management, and business analytics. We will be able to make the shift to a continuous development, real-time environment with automated tools for testing, monitoring, and troubleshooting. The new environment will enhance information security, replace manual processes, and give customers access to more online transactions and the ability to interact with DMV staff through online channels. The DMV transformation effort will inform reorganization of the DMV's enterprise architecture, including staffing, training, retention, and customer communications. We have scoped the project and our partners were selected, Salesforce, Slalom, and MuleSoft. We've completed our alignment and discovery phases, during which we received a whopping 18,500 responses from the public on a survey we sent out asking them what they would like to see in the future of the DMV. Discovery produced a full department capability map, including all technical, operational, and functional requirements, which will inform completion of the delivery roadmap. The DTE roadmap will outline the order for each DTE initiative, some of which will be conducted in parallel. We will tackle work streams, for example, titles or driver's license, in parallel, maximizing use of our DTE resources. And by the end of the 4-year program, most of our transactions will be online. In April, we will begin execution of the roadmap. The DMV transformation effort is underway and at full speed. All DMV initiatives, business lines, and transactions, including driver's licenses, identification cards, vehicle registrations, titles, etc., have been included in mapping capabilities for the delivery and planning effort. One project was prioritized, the DMV Compliance Enforcement Division's case management system replacement, which has already begun and will take approximately 6 months to complete and will be brought online onto the Salesforce platform. All other active projects are moving forward. Project tools have been implemented, training paths and materials are being finalized, and staff is being onboarded. This is significant progress since October. With that, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Sean Sever, RPM Deputy Administrator and the DMV's Legislative Liaison, who will update you on our 2021 legislative projects.
Hello, committee. Sean Sever from the DMV. And just as a reminder, I'm always available when you have a DMV question or need help with a constituent. So last session, we were tracking almost 200 bills, and we had about 30 of them we needed to implement at the DMV. We prioritized them, combined some of them, and most of the required work on them is complete. So I'm going to share some updates today on the top 10 major bills that came our way. First was SB 219, which required the DMV to reinstate drivers for non-payment of court fees. And this was the most challenging bill from the 2021 session that we needed to implement. We identified tens of thousands of records that were potentially eligible, many of which were very complicated and had multiple suspensions. And to avoid putting more of a load on our old IT system, it was decided to move forward with this project with the manual process. And I'm happy to report the DMV driver's license assessment team, we call them DLAT, worked very hard in a short amount of time to reinstate nearly 9,000 individuals in Nevada. We set up a help desk phone line, updated our website with a how-to sheet of instructions, and the project is now essentially complete. AB 116, which changes minor traffic violations from criminal to civil offenses, doesn't take effect until January 1st, 2023. And the DMV is participating in a work group that will help determine what violations will be affected. Once those are determined, the DMV will need to make programming changes to accommodate these modifications. Assembly Bill 349 closes the classic car emissions loophole, which will prevent people from saying their old vehicle is a classic to avoid the emission test requirement in Nevada's largest counties. It requires classic car owners to obtain insurance that is designed specifically for classic and antique vehicles. It also exempts new cars from emission tests for the first 3 years. So on this bill, the DMV has held a workshop hearing and has submitted regulations to cover the requirements of this bill. We have also changed the emission requirement for a new car from 3 to 4 years. And we have a regulations hearing on Monday on this actually. Senate Bill 389 deals with peer-to-peer car sharing, which is much like an Airbnb for vehicles, where you can rent your vehicle out to someone much like you do with a house or apartment. The DMV is very close to closing out this project, and we are currently accepting applications from the companies that are currently operating in Nevada. AB 427 deals with Nevada's DUI law and ignition interlock devices, or IID. The goal of this, for the DMV's part in this bill, was to simplify our administrative hearing process and make the DUI language easy to understand. So the DMV's part of this bill that we needed to implement is now complete. SB 29 was a DMV bill that allows third-party companies to process salvage titles for the DMV. Private industry came to us during the pandemic when we were shut down and offered to help us process salvage titles. We are still working on implementing this bill, and the goal is to make participating companies into mini DMV offices, much like you'd see at a AAA office, where they can only process and print salvage titles. An issue that arose is that printers that we utilize are very expensive that do this work, and we're trying to find an easy solution that will benefit all parties. AB 188 was the bill that moved the duties of the Nevada Legislative Special License Plate Commission over to the DMV. In implementing this project, the DMV is trying to keep the same format that the Legislative Committee followed. We have formed a committee that will meet once a year and other times as necessary. We have also conducted a couple mock meetings that went very well. And once we have our first official meeting, which will be sometime in April, this project will be complete as well. And Senate Bill 60 allowed the DMV to streamline our special plate process and change the out-of-state movement permit period from 15 to 30 days, which was a friendly amendment added by the Nevada Franchise Auto Dealers Association. It also allows someone to move a vehicle 3 days after they buy it. So if you buy a car from someone on a Friday evening, you have until Monday to bring it into the DMV to get a movement permit or register it. And this project is complete. Our last two are SB 163, which created the Divine Nine license plate, which honors 9 Black fraternity and sorority organizations known as the Divine Nine. This plate has been designed, however, the DMV cannot move forward on this project because the organizations have not registered with the State Controller's Office, which is preventing the DMV from setting up the accounts where the funding is distributed. And then AB 123 creates a charity organization for the Golden Knights special plate. When this plate was created in the 2019 legislative session, a charity organization was not designated. It has been now, and the Vegas Golden Knights Foundation is now receiving funding from these license plates, and this project is complete. So now I briefly want to touch on some issues that may come up for the 2023 legislative session. The first one is the DMV would like to eliminate the tier system that goes along with our special plates process. Prior to 2003, the only way for a charity to get a specialty license plate was through a legislative action. Then in 2003, AB 358 established the Commission on Special License Plates, which was charged with recommending approval of special plates prior to the DMV designing and distributing the plates. Applications were accepted from an established nonprofit organization registered with the Nevada Secretary of State. The legislature initially placed a cap on the number of specialty plates at 25. The 2011 legislature raised the cap from 25 to 30 plates and created this tier structure, which charities on the first tier, which is a total of 30 plates, must post a bond of $5,000 and guarantee a minimum of 1,000 active registrations. Charities on the second tier, which is a total of 5, must post a bond of $20,000 and maintain at least 3,000 active registrations. So when the Vegas Golden Knights plate was authorized during the 2017 session, the legislature exempted this plate from the tier structure, which opened the door to bypass the tier structure for those charities lucky enough to find a friendly legislator. DMV would like to go back to the model prior to 2003, where all charities must now find a friendly legislator to get their specialty plate in circulation and potentially limit the length of a time a charity can have their plate in circulation without having to get reapproved via a new bill. This would be fair to the charities, some of whom have been waiting for decades to move up the list to get their plates in production, only to see other charities bypass the process entirely. The other issue, and this was a bill last session, to transfer the OHV program from the DMV, which is off-highway vehicle program, from the DMV to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Had the 2021 legislation passed, it would have eliminated the annual DMV registration for OHVs and instead required owners to pay for an annual decal through a new OHV program administered by DCNR. And I think they're going to bring this bill forward this session. And then last but not least, some housekeeping matters. The DMV needs the ability to refuse drive tests after a certain number of failures. This is based on real life experiences of staff who have seen one person in particular failed their drive test 10 times. And then some Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration audit findings may require the DMV to change statutes around commercial driver's licensing and commercial motor vehicle safety. We'll be able to make a lot of these changes via the regulation process, but at least one will require statutory changes. And then our staff reorganization resulting from the transformation may require some statutory changes in NRS 481. Okay, now I'll turn it back over to Tanya Laney, who will share some exciting news about a new DMV office in Henderson.
Thank you so much, Sean. Again, for the record, Tanya Laney, Deputy Director of Nevada DMV. Sean, if you could move to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. We are getting a new building at I-15 and Silverado Ranch that will replace our Henderson DMV and the Donovan CDL office. The construction budget is $56,580,458. The Donovan location is not easy to get to for truckers. It's not in a secure area, and the facility is showing its age, and the building has structural defects. The Henderson DMV has no parking, ADA concerns, and no ability to expand. We are so excited to get our new building, which will look a lot like our Reno facility for those of you that have had a chance to see that. Construction will start in fiscal year 2024, and it will open on Nevada Day 2025. And I want to thank the committee so much for your guys' time today, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you all for the presentation. Members, do you have any questions? Senator Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. And I just want to thank the Department of Motor Vehicles for their efficient implementation of a lot of the programs that we created and legislation that we passed in the last session, and for an update on their modernization efforts. I think that that's going to help serve Nevadans very well. I have a question around just some not necessarily around your presentation this morning, but just an issue that has come to light on how the offices are working around the state. I had a Nevadan approach me about going up, making an appointment to get some services from DMV at their Ely office, and driving 4.5 hours to that office. Then when they found out that person, that Nevadan, was a Southern Nevadan, the Ely office canceled their appointment and cited a policy that the DMV has in place where rural offices are not to serve Southern Nevadans. And so I'm wondering how that policy was created, not through statute, but was it any sort of a administrative code? Is that something that was brought before, put into place as a code and brought before Leg Commission, or is that just kind of an arbitrary policy statement? And then my second part of that question is, do the Southern Nevada offices have that same policy in place where they would not serve a rural Nevadan?
Thank you for the question, Tanya Laney, Deputy Director, Nevada DMV, for the question. Through you, Chair, to Senator Brooks. The Ely office is a great example. We have 3 full-time staff that work at that location. This is not regulated by statute or any legislative mandate. What we ran into many years ago is we had legislators reaching out to us in our small rural locations with concerns from their constituents that they couldn't get into their local DMV because those offices were being bombarded due to the wait times that we were seeing at that time in our metro office locations. A great example would be primarily our drive test and written testing. There has been a long-standing misconception that if you take your drive test in a rural location such as Ely, that it's going to be easier to pass than it is to take that test in the metro location. And so we very quickly started to see that our rural offices were serving primarily metro area customers and not able to take care of the local jurisdiction that didn't have another office to go to. But are the rules reversed? No. Our metro offices will, if you make an appointment, it doesn't matter what area you live in Nevada, we will see you. But again, that rule was made internally to protect our smaller communities that were seeing, 60, 90, 120-day waits because there were individuals from the metros taking up the spaces in those smaller offices.
And may I respond, Chair?
Yes, please.
I appreciate how that could over, tax our smaller offices, but I mean, 60, 90, 120-day waits are common in Southern Nevada as well. And last time I visited DMV, it was quite a wait, and to be expected. I mean, there's a lot of people in the state, and we're trying to do a lot of different things. But I did not ask the person in front of me what kind of Nevadan they were. I just assumed that they were a tax-paying Nevadan like I was, that was trying to get service from a state tax-funded program. And so while I completely understand the issue that you're trying to address, I think that this might not be the best policy, and I can't imagine how frustrated I'd be after spending 9 hours of my day driving through beautiful Lincoln County and up into Ely from Southern Nevada, how frustrated I would be that office took an appointment and then canceled the appointment when I got there, when it seems as if that was the only Nevadan in that office looking to get service that day. And so I understand what the intent here is, but I think that there needs to be some modifications to that policy. And I can't even imagine the uproar that I would get from some, of my colleagues in rural Nevada if their constituents were turned around after driving, 4, 5, 10 hours to seek service in a Southern Nevada office. And so I'm not exactly sure what the solution is, but I would love to have a conversation on modifying that policy.
Chair, if I may respond. Thank you again, Tanya Laney, for the record, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles. I do thank you for bringing this concern forward. We will absolutely look at it. And as far as coming up with a solution to that issue, I do think transformation is going to help tenfold with everything that we're seeing. We think that the transformation efforts and moving our transactions online are going to help in all of our offices to where we see a decreased wait time for the customers that do have to come in, because either the transaction can't be completed online, or they may have some sort of special assistance that they need to do the transaction in person, or we need to see, touch, feel the documentation that they have to do their transaction. We do think that the transformation is going to free up a lot of resources to allow our staff to better serve the customers that do have to come in. I apologize on behalf of the agency that the customer ran into that situation, especially if they were the only one in the office. I'll definitely reach out to the offices and remind them that if they do have the capacity and somebody has traveled to one of those locations, to please try their best to get them in.
I appreciate that, and I agree wholeheartedly that this transformation to a more automated system is going to help all Nevadans and would address this issue as well. Most cases, sometimes you have to go there. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'm glad Mr. Brooks brought this up. Thank you, Senator. We're having the same problems in Elko. People from Wendover and around the areas, I mean, it's months to get in there. I think what they need to do is look at privatizing and putting that out to individuals to do that for the state. Because, I mean, when it takes months to take a driver's test, I mean, either we need to put on more people or we need to privatize it. And I think that's probably going to be the I'm hoping will help resolve some of these issues. I had a woman that drove all the way to Elko 10 times, and I think they're probably the same woman that flunked her test every time. But she could drive. She understood that the problem is her English was not very good. She was a Filipino, and that created a problem. So anyway, I'm hoping that maybe, just maybe, we can look at down the future, look at privatizing some of these areas and put it into the private business. Thank you. Maybe you can respond to that.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Again, Tanya Laney, Deputy Director, Nevada DMV. Assemblyman Ellison, we did come forward with some language change last legislative session that does allow us to start creating a privatized third-party testing for non-commercial driver's licenses. We have already had hearings on that, and we're working very closely with the drive schools that conduct driver training currently. And so that is something that we will be able to move forward with.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? I have two. For SB 163 in the presentation, you stated that you were having trouble with that plate because they weren't registered with the state controller's office. Have the organizations been informed of that? What the problem is? Could you just give us a little more detail on that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Tanya Laney for the record. I will try my best to answer it, and then if I don't have it, I know that Sean's got my back. Yes, my understanding is that we have worked very closely with the different subsidiaries in the Divine Nine organization, and that they have had constant communication and been given very clear instructions on what they need to do to move forward. And then I don't know if Sean has more of an update than that, but we have worked very closely with them.
Yeah, Sean Sever with the DMV. We have worked closely with them, and we even offered to walk them through the process on how they register. So yeah, that's really the only thing that's holding up us implementing this bill.
Perfect, thank you. And then my last question, hold on. My last question for the drive test failures. You had mentioned that there was one individual that may have failed the test 10 or more times. What would the ideal number that you're thinking of? Is it 3 tests, 5 tests, just a ballpark?
We're not sure. Sean Sever from the DMV for the record. We're not sure yet, Chair. We're going to kind of do some research on that, but we have had an individual do 10. And what happens is a lot of times they're just kind of learning how to drive through us. And we'd rather, it just eats up a tremendous amount of our time. Yeah, we'll land on a good figure when we bring something forward. We're not even sure we're going to bring this forward. It's just an idea at this time, but just sharing some problems we're having right now.
Madam Chair, if I may elaborate a little bit further.
Yes.
Tanya Laney for the record. Once we get to 3 failures, we do recommend that customer go through a driver training course before coming back to the DMV. Because as Sean stated, we do see occasionally that's exactly what happens. They will actually be coming to the DMV to learn how to drive versus coming to get their driving ability tested. So we do make those recommendations, and it is a very small group of individuals that we do see that through getting that training and then coming back to the DMV still just do not have the skills necessary to obtain a driver's license. But we do take every step we can to try and get them educated before we bring them back in and test them again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Senator Spearman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I can probably shed a little bit of light on SB 163. One of the things that happened when we did the bill was the requirement for the local chapters, and for some of them, they have not received permission from the national chapter to accommodate what the law says. And so they have been trying to find out how they might be able to do that. And at the very least, last ditch effort would be to try to come back next session and change that so that it will accommodate the various levels of quote government in each of those organizations. So most of them have permission. They can already do it from an autonomous standpoint. They can already go and register, but then there are some who have to go through their national office before they can do that. And so that's where the holdup is. And it's just trying to get the national offices to reconcile what the law here in Nevada says.
Perfect. Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I thank you both for the presentation and for the information and the updates. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Awesome. So moving on to our next agenda item. It's a presentation on the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act by the National Conference of State Legislatures, also known as NCSL. As you know, President Biden signed the bipartisan $1.2 trillion act into law on November 15th, 2021. President Biden noted it would rebuild our roads, bridges, rails, expand access to clean drinking water, ensure that all Americans have access to high-speed internet, and to consider the climate. We have Mr. Ben Hush with us from NCSL, and will provide an overview of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and how it affects Nevada. Welcome to our committee. You can get started whenever you want.
Right. Everything okay on the AB? Great. So good morning. It's afternoon here, but good morning for those of you in Nevada. My name is Ben Hush, and I am the Federal Affairs Counsel for the Natural Resources and Infrastructure here at the National Conference of State Legislatures. I'd like to thank both Chair Monroe Moreno and Vice Chair Harris for inviting me to brief you all on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the IIJA. So the IIJA is a voluminous piece of legislation, over 2,500, I think it's just around 2,700 pages. So I'm here today to talk with you about some of the key provisions relating to transportation and energy. But the bill also has provisions on 4 other kind of core areas of infrastructure, so water, broadband, cyber, and disaster mitigation. Before I kind of get into the nitty gritty of the bill, I wanted to share what I think at least are a few helpful resources on the bill. So the first link that you can see at the top, the guidebook that was put out by the White House, is actually itself nearly 500 pages long, but is actually a really good resource for a very quick overview of every program kind of organized by a different issue area. There are a ton of resources online from the U.S. Department of Transportation, and I just do want to commend them on everything that they have put out to help folks like me and legislators like yourselves to better understand the bill. And 2 links at the bottom are just summaries that NCSL staff have put together. So if you're looking for my presentation in a bit more concise but visual, you can click on those links as well. So before I get to the transportation details of the bill, I think it's important to maybe set a bit of a baseline and provide some background on kind of how existing federal funding for surface transportation works. I apologize if this is a repeat for some folks, but generally the federal government attempts to pass multi-year transportation authorizations that cover the gamut of transportation modes. You have surface, water, aviation, and of course surface, which includes roads, transit, rail, is significantly larger than those other 2. Now, these authorizations then provide appropriations on an annual basis. So for surface transportation, the Congress last passed a 5-year bill in 2015 known as the Fixing America Surface Transportation Act. In 2020, Congress extended that for another year when it wasn't able to reach an agreement on a reauthorization. But back to the IIJA, as you may remember, the bill was put together really solely by the Senate and was actually then approved without changes by the House. So unsurprisingly, the infrastructure bill kind of fully incorporates the Senate's version of a transportation reauthorization that the Senate Committee of Jurisdiction had previously approved in the spring of 2021. Now, if I can just kind of sum up the transportation portion of the IIJA, it is a very strong bill for states. And I'll get into details of this in a second, but it provides a significant percentage of its funding through formulas to states, rather than say competitive grants to states or competitive grants to local. However, there are a number of new competitive grants, but when you look at the total funding for those competitive grants, they are considerably less than the formula programs for states. Okay, let's get to the numbers. So on the right side of this chart, hopefully you can see, or on the right side of the slide, you can hopefully see a chart from an organization called Federal Funds Information for States, which gives a state-by-state total for the Federal Aid Highway Program. Now, the Federal Aid Highway Program is made up primarily of a few core programs that provide funds to states through formulas. And the Federal Aid Highway Program is kind of what Congress reauthorizes when I was talking about kind of reauthorizations every few years or so. And these formula funds are provided to states, generally through reimbursement, with each of these kind of core programs having a slightly different goal, though there is some overlap and states can transfer some funds from one program to the other. But why I really like this chart is it shows how significant an increase in federal funds that states are going to get for their through the Federal Aid Highway Program. So from FY 2021 to this year, FY 2022, we see about a 20% increase. Then in each of the next subsequent 4 years, we see about a 2 to 2.5% increase. So if you look at kind of the total length of the bill, that's about a 30% increase, which is pretty substantial. However, what this chart doesn't include are some of the new formula programs that are outside of the Federal Aid Highway Program, but were included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, such as, and you may have heard of this, a new $40 billion bridge repair and replacement program. So this new $40 billion dual track bridge program has two distinct parts: the formula portion that sends money directly to states, and the competitive portion that's open to states, but also to local and regional government entities. Now, thankfully, from our perspective, the formula track is much larger at $27.5 billion, or nearly 2/3 of the entire program. The amount that Nevada will get is going to be based on the condition of your bridges, and how many of them are in a state of repair will determine the amount that a state receives to either rehab or replace those bridges. An important thing to know is that regardless of, if a state had 0 bridges, there is a minimum amount that a state will get every year, $45 million per year, or $225 million over the course of the bill. Now, the key takeaways that I want to highlight from the formula part, the details of the competitive program have not actually been released yet, but of the formula part, it's important to look at bridges from what is known as an on-system or off-system point of view. And what I mean by that is the bridge on the national highway system, or is it off the national highway system? And the reason that's important is for bridges that are on the national highway system, these federal funds can be used to cover 80% of a project's cost. Whereas if a bridge is off the national highway system, these tend to be more local, sometimes even county or township-owned bridges. Federal funds can be used to cover 100% of the project's cost. So the federal government is clearly trying to incentivize states to spend more of the funds on some of the smaller locally owned bridges, more so than bridges on the national highway system itself. So in addition to the new bridge program, the bill also includes, and you may have heard, a $5 billion National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program. The acronym for this is now known as NEVI, as I'm sure everyone knows. Everyone loves a good acronym. So if you hear me saying NEVI, I'm referring to the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program. So the key thing to understand about this is it is a $5 billion program. It's a little bit, on an annual basis, you would think 5-year bill, $5 billion, $1 billion a year. It's actually a little bit less this year. The bill provided a few $100 million to the U.S. Department of Transportation itself to actually set up the program, but generally then in the out years, it's $1 billion a year for this program. USDOT issued a guidance document for this new program about a month ago now at this point. The key things to take away there are any projects that are funded with these funds have to be public chargers. They obviously can't be private, but although they can't be private, the projects can incorporate the private sector to either build, operate, or even maintain the chargers. And federal funds will cover 80% of a project's cost, but the program does allow, if a state wants to, or it can reach an agreement with a private sector entity for that private sector to cover the 20% non-federal share cost. So that was kind of a big thing with this program. A couple other new state formula programs I want to mention, though the rules or guidance has not actually been released. There's a new formula program that is geared towards what I will just say are surface transportation infrastructure resiliency, and that is the PROTECT program. Another one is the carbon program. It's another formula program, and I'm sure as you can guess by the name, it provides funds to states to help reduce carbon emissions through such projects, say as traffic management or additional funds for public transit and many other eligible uses. So when you combine the Formula Bridge program with these additional bridge programs, you kind of get a sense of what Nevada is going to get as a minimum from this bill. Now, I say minimum because once we receive more details on all the new competitive programs, obviously the state DOT will be able to apply for those depending upon certain eligibilities. Okay, public transit. So the primary point I want to leave you all with is kind of both the scale of the investment, with 40 billion of the 90 billion in total investment in the bill being new, but also the fact that $90 billion is the largest ever investment in public transit. However, for states, it's important to know that much of the federal funding for public transit operates on a federal to local structure. Versus highways that is much more geared towards federal to state. So the chart on the right-hand side provides all of the public transit funds that will go to Nevada, but not necessarily the state of Nevada. So Las Vegas will receive federal public transit funds kind of irrespective of the state. And you can kind of see this highlighted on the left-hand side where you can see those programs that are significant, the local programs are significantly larger than those state formula programs. So similar to public transit, the amount of funding for passenger rail is substantial, $66 billion in total, with a slight preference for the national network versus what is known as the Northeast Corridor. Now, of the $66 billion included in the bill, Amtrak itself would receive $22 billion directly. The other kind of very large pot is a $36 billion competitive pot known as the Federal State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail Grants. Now, Amtrak itself can apply for these grants, but so can states, so can local governments, so can regional governments. So about half of the total funds is available for states, but it is competitive versus formula. There is also another $5 billion competitive grant program that is primarily focused on rail safety infrastructure. So the last two items I'll mention fairly quickly. Aviation was another area to receive funding in the bill, about $15 billion through FAA's Airport Improvement Program. This is aviation infrastructure that is generally focused on non-terminal infrastructure at airports, whereas there's a $5 billion program for airport terminal development projects. There's also another $5 billion for aviation, for Federal Aviation Administration facilities. For water transportation infrastructure, which is an area I realize it's not that important to Nevada, but I just want to mention it. The inland waterway system will receive about $9.5 billion. Most of that flows through the Army Corps of Engineers. And then there's an additional $6 billion for ports of entry, split 60-40 for land ports versus water ports. All right, so I'm going to transition now over to energy provisions. The bill covers a number of areas within energy infrastructure, and I'll get to those in a second. But what I want to start with is actually a provision in the bill is not a funding provision. And there's a section in the bill that would actually reduce state authority when it comes to electric transmission infrastructure siting that would potentially allow the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, to overrule a state's decision if the U.S. Department of Energy determines that a transmission line is actually part of the National Interstate Electric Transmission Corridor. I'm trying to use the technical terms, even though I know sometimes they can be a bit long-winded. Now, thankfully, a commissioner on the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission actually said maybe about 2 months ago that the commission is unlikely to make use of that authority to overrule states, but nonetheless, the potential for that still exists. Now, moving on to kind of the dollars of when it relates to energy infrastructure. So on the transmission front, the bill would authorize a fairly small amount, but about $10 million per year for electricity transmission, but it would also authorize $2.5 billion in loans. And that's generally because energy infrastructure, at least on the transmission side, tends to flow through the private sector. More directly for states, the bill provides a one-time $500 million award for the Department of Energy's state energy program, and I'll talk about that more specifically in a second. Now, $500 million may sound small, especially kind of given some of the billion-dollar totals that I had mentioned when I was talking about transportation, but I want to put this in perspective that prior to this bill, the annual appropriation amount for this project was generally around $50 million. So this is a substantial increase, even though it's considerably less than, say, what Nevada might get from the Federal Highway Administration. One new state energy infrastructure formula program that the bill establishes is a new formula program for electric grid resiliency that's primarily aimed at helping to prevent outages. It's authorized at $2.5 billion, so $500 million per year. But we are actually still awaiting further guidance from DOE. What I can tell you is that for any projects that are funded with these funds, it would require a 15% state match. Staying kind of, for states, states will receive $3.5 billion for their weatherization assistance programs and $500 million for state LIHEAP programs, but I'll return to those in a second. However, unlike transportation, for energy infrastructure, the majority of the funding in the bill is actually directed at research and development. So specifically, the bill provides $6 billion relating to batteries. It provides $6 billion for research into carbon capture, $8 billion for research and demonstration for hydrogen, and just over $3 billion for advanced nuclear reactors. And just real quick, in addition to that $3 billion, there's also a $6 billion pot to help fund and maintain the country's existing fleet of nuclear reactors. And just to kind of put that in perspective, that fleet of reactors provides about 19% of total electricity production in the country. And of course, since they're nuclear, zero carbon emissions. Now, I'm going to leave aside the issue of the waste that goes with that because that is I realize, a very different conversation. But going back to the state energy program, the reason I bring this up is obviously because it is both a substantial increase in what a state normally receives, but also because it's one of the few formula programs that run through the Department of Energy. The state energy program generally provides funding for technical assistance to states to enhance energy security, advance state-led energy initiatives, and just what I would say is kind of maximizing the benefits of decreasing energy waste. It emphasizes, or I wouldn't say it emphasizes, it's really geared towards the state's role as a decision maker and administrator for program activities within the state that are tailored to their unique resources. On weatherization and LIHEAP, so the Weatherization Assistance Program aims to provide funds to states to help reduce energy costs for low-income households by increasing the energy efficiency of their homes. It provides funds to all 50 states. Similarly, the LIHEAP program, or the Low Income Housing Energy Assistance Program, which is technically administered by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, but obviously it focuses on energy bills. And it provides funds to low-income households to help reduce the cost of their monthly energy bills. So this is just a quick summary of the funding that we know at this point that Nevada will get as it relates to energy infrastructure. We are still waiting on allotments of LIHEAP, and as I mentioned, that new transmission formula program. I haven't mentioned the Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund. But as you can see, it's generally considerably smaller than some of the other programs, but it's generally geared towards providing funds to states to kind of start a revolving loan fund aimed at energy efficiency projects. Whoops, got a little ahead of myself there. Okay, I want to conclude kind of with a quick note about one of the most common questions that we get asked, and that is to discuss the role of the legislature when it comes to spending these funds. So to answer that, I often use the analogy of how different the IIJA is than the American Rescue Plan, which was passed in March of 2021. And that's because the American Rescue Plan, states essentially got a bucket of money, with the question of how best to spend it was left up to each state. With the infrastructure law, a large majority of the funds are coming through existing channels, meaning many of these programs have been in place prior to the bill, but what the bill did was it substantially increased the amount of funding that those programs got. Now, this is especially true for transportation, where the federal aid highway program has existed for many years, and many of the programs that received funding through this infrastructure law have been around for years. Now, the other big difference is that for transportation, the funds are generally provided on a project-by-project basis. So a state can access a bucket, but they are generally reimbursed on a project-by-project basis, unlike the ARP, where the federal government, for lack of a better analogy, gave states access to a large bucket of funding all at once. And that is my very quick presentation on a 2,700-page bill. Happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hush. Chairman Moreno had to step away for just a second, so I'll be taking over for a few minutes. Do any of the members have any questions? Oh, there we go. Senator Spearman, please go right ahead.
You have to remember that sometimes the raise the hand piece doesn't work. But so thank you for that presentation. I have just a couple of questions, because I know when the bill was first being discussed and deliberated in Congress, we weren't in the middle of Ukraine, and we were not in the middle of a geopolitical environment that virtually we have no control over. So first thing that I want to ask is when you talked about infrastructure for electrification. And then I saw, I think in 3 slides before the last one, there's like $8 billion for hydrogen. Is there any wiggle room for other opportunities with respect to renewable energy resources that we might be able to access, or might be able to lay the foundation to access in the next round? So that's number one.
Sure. Do you want me to respond now, or did you want to ask all the questions at once?
Well, I can ask them all at once, or I can.
I'm happy to respond one at a time.
Okay.
So on the renewable question, I would say the bill is a bit more focused on, in the energy sector, not so much on, renewable when it comes to, say, solar and wind. Now, that's not to say that there won't be funding for research and development of more advanced, say, solar panels or wind turbines. But I would say that it was not, say, a focal point, as we saw with, say, the $8 billion for hydrogen or the $3 billion for advanced nuclear reactors. Now, on the kind of within the transportation bucket, the $5 billion for the EV charging infrastructure program is, unlike anything we've seen, on a federal scale in terms of federal dollars for electric vehicle charging. Now, of course, just because it's an EV doesn't mean it's powered by renewable power. But I think we can all agree that a ICE vehicle or an internal combustion engine vehicle is definitely not powered by renewable power.
Mm-hmm. So the next one would be when I start talking about other options. When the president was in Michigan and he drove the Jeep, I think it was a hydrogen fuel cell Jeep, and he mentioned the fact that our dependency in China. I think we've got 70 to 75% of our lithium comes from China. That could really compromise all of the plans that we have moving forward with EVs. So is there anything in the bill that would allow states to explore other options, just so we're not caught in a cramp 3 or 4 months down the road, because nobody knows what the guy over in Russia is going to do?
So I would maybe take a bit, my answer is going to be a bit broader than this, Bill, because I would say, within the past few months, we have definitely seen a number of announcements from the administration that are really looking to develop trying to think of a better word, but can't think of one off the top of my head, a homegrown supply chain for battery production. So not only the batteries themselves, but also the materials that go into the batteries. The drive to create that kind of national supply chain has given rise to a conversation around kind of climate versus conservation and balancing the need to build up, or in some cases build up, in some cases increase the supply chain of those materials versus conserving certain lands where those materials may be able to be mined. So I would say it's an ongoing conversation. I do think, to your point though, certain world events of the past 2 weeks have kind of changed the calculus for, maybe how dependent we are or don't want to be going forward.
And the last thing would be, you mentioned grid resiliency. Does that include distributed generation?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
You mentioned that some of it is for grid resiliency. And the question would be, does that include distributed generation? We had a bill, I want to say it was in 2017, that was requiring that to start being implemented by our IOU.
Sure. So that program we actually haven't got, at least I have not seen the details from DOE. It's one of the new programs. But with that said, I would be very surprised if an eligible use of those funds was not for distributed generation projects. I don't want to say with 100% certainty, but I think, to your point, they tend to line up very closely together.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Senator Hammond, and thank you, Senator Brooks, for taking over for that moment. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have, Ben, in your presentation, you talked a little bit about some of the guidelines that have come out. I wasn't aware of them. I know that we have 6 separate categories of money that's coming into the state that will be in different buckets, right? Broadband for one. I was told that perhaps the guidelines for broadband don't come out till May. I was surprised when you said that one of the guidelines had already come out about a month ago. I was not aware of that. Could you tell us the timelines for some of those that you do know about?
Sure. Sorry. So the month ago was in reference to the electric vehicle charging program. I apologize if I confused there.
Okay.
The broadband guidance, to my knowledge, has not been released yet and is probably going to be a bit longer. Even though broadband is not my area of expertise, but it is a huge amount of money. I think it's like $42.5 billion for states, but we are still awaiting. We are still awaiting a number of things when it comes to broadband. But to your point, to the larger question about guidance for new programs. So I apologize in advance if my answer is a bit confusing. So going back to the bill itself and when the bill was signed, the bill did 2 things. It authorized programs to be appropriated at a future date by Congress. Certain programs were authorized and then needed to wait on future appropriations. Separately, the bill provided appropriations in other areas. So the reason that has been an issue is because Congress has not yet passed an FY 2022 appropriations package. So any program that was authorized, even if that authorization was a substantial increase over the past year, because it was authorized and not appropriated, it has not received those additional level of funds, and also it was not able to put out guidance about that new level of funds. Now, I say that in that we expect Congress to pass an appropriations package later this week for FY 2022. So I am expecting there to be a number of announcements about the new programs, especially on the transportation side, where you have, I think it was in the area of like 20 plus new programs, to a number of announcements, announcing how to apply for those funds, the rules and the guidelines for how to spend those funds.
But you don't have an idea of the timeline. I mean, I checked with a couple other sources that I have, and for example, and I go back to the broadband, they believe that they're looking at towards the end of May. That this is just tentative.
That's what I heard as
trying
well.
to get an idea from you. Tentatively May, June, maybe over the summer. Is that what we're looking at?
I would say May. If they got them out by May, I would be excited that they got them out by May.
So probably not May. Nobody wants anybody to be excited.
Yeah. The issue that they are running into is that they have to redo the maps of where broadband service isn't, where it is, and where it's, say, provided, but it is not at certain speeds. And the older maps have proved incorrect in a number of instances. And so that is kind of step one. And then step two would be kind of related to the funds to states to, build or undertake is a better word, undertake projects in the areas that don't have service or have lower levels of service.
And Madam Chair, just to go ahead and follow up to this, because I don't want to get stuck just on the broadband, because there's, again, six buckets of money with different programs. So not just broadband, but do you suspect that we'll have any guidance from any of those categories in June, July? Do you have any insight whatsoever on some of the other ones? Because I don't want to get stuck just on broadband. It's just one of those that popped up.
Sure. So I would say so. I'll start with transportation, because I think it's important to understand just how much of the bill is transportation funding. So almost half of the bill is transportation funding. And thankfully, on the transportation side, much of that funding is through existing programs. Now, the bill does create a number of new programs, but the total dollar amount of those programs is significantly smaller than the programs that already exist. So the rules around eligible uses already exist. And I'm happy to talk with you offline if you have any kind of specific project questions. And the same goes for the water or environmental funding. A lot of those funds are coming through state revolving fund programs that the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, administers. And those revolving funds have been around before this bill. So most of the funding that is going to states is actually coming through programs that already exist, where there isn't as much of a need for, say, new guidance or new rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ben. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the questions. Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got a couple, if I can. I'll make them real short. Airport. Right now, some of the rural airports cannot get the funding, so they're losing it's not the AIP grants, but it's actually losing the companies to come into rural Nevada that supply aircraft inputs, like SkyWest used to fly into Salt Lake, Elko, to Reno. Then they cut the Reno off. Now it was Elko to Salt Lake, and now that's going to go down to one plane a day, and that creates a real problem with them getting out of there. So they're trying to work through some of these issues. But it used to be there was funding out there to help subsidize some of these programs. That was my first one, and the other one is my colleague Ms. Spearman brought up that about the batteries. Well, we got the best lithium in the world. Some of the best lithium in the world right here in Nevada. The problem is restrictions on permitting. So maybe you can hit that if you could.
Sure. So on the aviation side, two things I'll say. So I think you were referring to the Essential Air Service Program.
That's correct.
I don't believe there was any funding for that program in this bill. But on the AIP program, just to maybe put it in perspective. So, over the past kind of few years, the average annual level of funding for that program is just over $3 billion. This bill alone provided $15 billion. So, while I can't say for sure that one of those airports that you mentioned would receive funding through the AIP program, it's much more likely that a significantly larger number of airports will receive funding through the AIP program just based on the amount of funding provided by the bill.
Well, if I may, ma'am, Madam Chairman, if you don't have planes coming in, you don't need AIP grants other than, small aircrafts. But this creates a real problem for somebody that used to have a lot of employments back in Elko, and they were full 90% of the time. So I don't know if it's because of the airlines can't get pilots or if the airlines cost of fuel or insurance. I have no idea. But I know that they had a big meeting in Elko last night and I missed it. So maybe I can get that back and get it to you, Madam Chairman, and you can send that forward or something. But that creates a real problem for one half of the state. If they can't get the planes in and can't get the people in and out, and driving in the wintertime makes it almost impossible sometimes getting to some of these passes. So I appreciate that. And then if you could hit on the lithium, and I'll log off.
Sure. So I would just kind of refer back to what I had kind of said a little bit previously, just that, I to Senator Spearman's question about world events impacting the potential need for developing a more homegrown supply chain. And I do think that increases the likelihood of that, but it is kind of part of a more national conversation around balancing the need for conservation while balancing kind of alongside with the materials that go into the batteries that power electric vehicles. I don't know that I can say anything more specific than that, other than that, it is, a cost benefit question of which the kind of equation itself has been substantially altered in the past 2 weeks based on world events.
Thank you. And Assemblyman Ellison, if you do get that document, if you would mind sending that to our committee secretary and she can get it out to all of us, that would be great.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have next up Assemblyman Miller, and then I believe Senator Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Moreno. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a question regarding the transmission, the transmission lines in the potential federal oversight or overrule of, what's happening within the state in that regard. We have our Green Link transmission project that is coming up. Is that something, and this might not be a specific question for the presenter, it may be something that someone else on the call can answer for me, but would our Green Link project then be subject to that potential federal oversight of being able to overrule or change our proposed plans?
So I will just jump in. I don't know specifically, but I can definitely look into it and follow up with you. What I want to point out, and I didn't mention this in my presentation, is though that kind of preemption provision was in the bill, it was essentially in response to, back in 2005, Congress thought that they had passed a provision that did what they just did, but a court case then ended up telling them they didn't actually pass that preemption. So it was a response to an issue that's been around for almost 2 decades now. I would generally say it doesn't sound like there is that much of a desire at this point. I think it was an attempt by Congress to give federal energy regulators a tool should they need it at some point in the future. But Assemblyman Miller, I'll follow up with you offline and we can chat about the specific project you mentioned.
Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. My question is regarding infrastructure banks, and at the federal level, but the state infrastructure bank that we have and other states have similar. Most of this funding is very formulaic, goes into existing programs based on population and some other things. But some of it seems to be a little discretionary. And are infrastructure banks in other states being used as ways to kind of catch the money and then leverage it for other investment and other stacks of capital that can be applied to projects? Is that something other states are doing, and with some of or will they be doing, I guess?
I was going to say I could almost answer the question. I was like, I felt very confident I could answer the question, and you said will. Will, I'm not so sure about, but to maybe, more kind of like past experience. One thing I mentioned a few times in different programs was the idea of kind of, what the federal share of a project would be. So 80% of a project federal funds could be used for. 20% had to be non-federal. So, sometimes that can be a state's infrastructure bank covering that. Sometimes it can be other state funds. Sometimes it's local funds. So, the general idea around an infrastructure bank is to, kind of loan out funds for projects that have a, very low risk to kind of potentially increase the number of projects that can be constructed. So what I would say is that, the use of an infrastructure bank, could potentially increase the number of projects undertaken, but I wouldn't say it's, the funds, as you talk about, are kind of geared towards the state, and whether or not the state wants to make use of those federal funds for a project is up to the state DOT as guided by the legislature and the governor.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Hush? All right, see none.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for joining us today. And members, that brings us up to our last presentation of the day, and it is going to be 3 in 1. So lucky you. So because of that, we are making great time, but I'm going to give us a 10-minute break. I have 12:18 on my clock. So if you can get back here at 12:28, and we'll start with that last presentation. Okay, and we are back. I hope everyone got a quick bite to eat, got to stretch their legs and all that. Our next and last agenda item for presentations is a presentation by the Department of Transportation, the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, and the Regional Transportation of Washoe County. These agencies will provide an overview of the current transportation infrastructure, maximizing transportation funding, safety initiatives, their operations during the COVID-19 pandemic, and emerging transportation and infrastructure issues. And first up, we will have Nevada's Department of Transportation, and we have Director Swallow from Nevada Department of Transportation joining us. Thank you for your patience with us today. And the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm going to share my screen real quick here and just say thank you so much for Chairman Roma Moreno for facilitating, inviting us and facilitating these conversations, and to the hardworking LCB staff who actually make sure that we get you all the information you need, whether it's at these meetings or afterwards when we need to follow up. So just thank you so very much. And also thank you for that 10-minute break. I was able to get some nuts in me so I don't pass out. So thank you. Today I'm going to focus on, I know you said what we're generally focusing on. I'm going to give you a summary of the funding coming our way. Of course, I'm going to do a brief overview of NDOT just again so you know where we are, what we've been, what's changed a little bit, some summary of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and then talk a little bit about safety. So let's get started. As you know, I think you all know this, NDOT is responsible for the planning, construction, operations, and maintenance of 5,400 centerline miles of roads and highways in the state of Nevada and over 1,000 bridges throughout the state. It's about 15,000 lane miles, but 5,400 centerline miles. We are made up of about 1,800 construction, pre-construction planners, administrative personnel, maintenance, and other team members who help contribute to our program each and every day. I should note that we generally operate at a 15% or more. It's generally 10 to 15%. And right now we're seeing 15 to 20% vacancy rate. So total on staff is closer to 1,500 of that 1,800 on any given day. Throughout the pandemic, our essential personnel have continued working diligently to build and maintain the infrastructure that keeps Nevadans and visitors safe and connected. And as we look to the future, we are really focused on equity and safety for all users on the transportation system, regardless of their geographic location, background, or preferred mode of transportation, because we know that access opens our world. So let's look at our funding briefly, just as an update, and before I get into some of the challenges. So as you look at this funding is our fiscal year 2021, as we close fiscal year 2021. It was still an odd year. Fiscal year 2021 was the bulk of the pandemic. So these numbers are lower than what we would normally have anticipated for fiscal year 2021. As you know, our highways are that we design and build and maintain are primarily funded with highway user revenue and federal funds. And those federal funds are primarily highway user revenue as well. They're primarily gas taxes and registration fees. They're collected, the taxes and fees collected by the federal government are then placed in the Federal Highway Trust Fund. And the federal government accounts for about a third of our overall revenue, and the remainder is state resources. I should note that we do get more back in federal funding than we send to the federal government. So that is something that we should all just note and be proud of and recognize as important. The State Highway Fund is a special revenue fund established to account for the receipt and expenditure of dedicated highway user revenue. The majority of the State Highway Fund funds the Nevada Department of Transportation. And unlike the Federal Highway Trust Fund and many other state agencies, NDOT is not supported by general fund at all. A significant amount of the operating costs of DMV and DPS, primarily State Highway Patrol, or State Patrol, Nevada State Police, we're all learning the new words, Nevada State Police are also supported by the appropriations from the Highway Fund. And then typically there's some minor appropriations or transfers to other agencies. As I said, this is not indicative of a normal year. 2019 was our last normal year due to the impact of the pandemic. In 2021, our highway fund revenue amounted to roughly $1.2 billion, which included about $287 million in federal aid reimbursements It's important to note that, as Ben mentioned, we are on a reimbursement basis with the federal government. So that fluctuates based off of our project delivery and project expenditures. And that's different than obligations, which I'll talk about here in a slide or two. Roughly 323 million of the total is actually directly fuel taxes, whether it is gas taxes or special fuels. And that's roughly, if you include the federal funding, it ends up being roughly 52% of our total revenue is fuel taxes. And then I should note that in fiscal year 2021, there was a one-time redirection of the GST to the general fund due to the COVID impacts. The legislature took that action, recognizing that revenue redirection was going to be offset by CARES Act funding. So CARES Act funding did help offset that. And then in addition to the above, NDOT received $842,000 in fiscal 2021 in federal CARES Act reimbursement for COVID-related expenditures. This had to do with the cleaning and the safety protocols that we had to put in place to keep our team functioning and moving forward. There was an additional 21.8 CARES Act funding for rural transit. That's entirely a pass-through from our program. And then a little bit later, I'll talk about one other bucket of relief funding that we got late in calendar year 2021, and what we're looking at spending that. Okay, so then you'll see how we spend that money. The majority of it is NDOT, a little bit to Nevada State Police and DMV. And just a note, in comparison to other states, we are very efficient in how we allocate our resources. In 2020, the USA Today ranked Nevada as having the best overall transportation infrastructure in the country. And that's not just NDOT, that's the locals, it's the transit, it's everything, despite spending less per licensed driver than all but 4 states. So we're very efficient in how we allocate our resources. As we look at this is how that concept of obligations versus reimbursements. On an annual basis, how much we spend goes up and down. That's the table you can see on the left. And roughly 76% over the last 10 years, roughly 76% is going towards construction and engineering, 17% towards maintenance and operations and equipment, and then a 7% towards administration and support services. The reason why that green bar changes so much on an annual basis is really, we let a project out in, January or February, but how that construction curve, if it's a 4-year project, how they spend those resources over that 4-year time frame does fluctuate on an annual basis. In comparison, as you can see on the table or the chart on the right, that blue number, that's our regular federal highway obligations. And you can see it stays pretty stable. And we do obligate all of our federal dollars every year. And the gold number on top of that, that actually reflects the extra money or extra obligation authority that we're given. And we have Federal Highways has a process by which in August, if there's additional funding available to be obligated across the nation, they redistribute that funding to organizations, DOTs, that have the capacity to still deliver and obligate projects in that federal fiscal year. So it's like a 1-month process once you get that additional money. We generally compete fairly well. You can see that gold bar. In fact, in the last couple of years, it's gone up and been a significant boost to helping us deliver our program. And then the last little bit, that green on the 2021, that's what I was mentioning, some additional federal COVID funding that we received to ensure that we could deliver our program. And that was $70.4 million provided to NDOT, with an additional $19 million that went distributed between Las Vegas, Reno, South Lake. And we're working to make sure that we fully obligate all of that funding as well. The big question, and I'll touch back on this when I get into the IIJA as well, is how do we prioritize our projects? We have a data-driven prioritization process that was approved in concert with a stakeholder engagement across the entire state in 2018. It has these 6 goals, and we're really looking at how do we, enhance the safety by really making sure the system itself is safe, preserving our infrastructure, optimizing mobility, making sure people can get to where they want to go in the most efficient manner, recognizing the economic development opportunities that are associated with the transportation system, while considering the sustainability impacts of our communities and the impact of transportation on sustainability, really thinking through that. And then how do we make sure everybody is connected to where they want to go? This is it's a long process. We go through it every year to develop our annual work program. And on a 4-year basis, we develop our state transportation improvement plan, which is in coordination with the local MPOs. They do local MPOs, so the RTCs both do a regional transportation improvement plan that feeds up into ours. And we update that roughly every 2 years. So it's a long process. We also look at needs way further out than that 4-year process, because some projects require a lot more work than a 4-year timeline would give you. All right, so let's talk about our infrastructure a little bit. We're very fortunate. We have the best bridges in the country. This is, I think, 8 years running in a row. This year we were tied in a 3-way tie, but we are generally always at the top of that list, and we're very fortunate. I think that is in part because our bridges are still very young. And so we recognize that we have a preservation shortfall exceeding $200 million. And we also know that as a fast-growing state, we need to continue to figure out how do we build the new infrastructure that's needed as our communities continue to grow. When you combine the capital needs with the preservation needs, our shortfall on an annual basis is over $500 million. That's roughly equivalent, as I mentioned earlier, to the fuel taxes collected for our program. It's roughly 80% of our capital program. And we know that shortfall is only going to continue to grow related to some of these challenges I'm going to be mentioning shortly. I should note that we are increasingly required to spend our money on preservation. 86% of our roads are located in rural Nevada. And so as we have to start shifting more to preservation, that need to increase revenue to address the growing needs in our urban communities is going to become ever more necessary. So why are we facing these challenges? Our population is growing, which is fantastic. We're one of the states that really is benefiting from a fast-growing population. But the amount of driving is growing at a rate faster than our population. You can see that's a 16% from 2012 to 2020 on population, but 23% in vehicle miles traveled. That is not sustainable. You can look here on this next one about how does the VMT relate to our highway fund revenue. So the VMT is the orange line on the top with the trend on the dots. The revenue is the blue lines on the bottom. And what I would like to, and I'm going to add, the next time I talk about this, I'm going to add some vertical lines there so you can see how the dotted lines are growing apart over time. VMT is increasing at a rate faster than our growth, our revenue growth. And why is that? It's because of fuel economy. It's very much linked to fuel economy. The majority of our money is coming from gas and special fuel taxes. But the funding model, it's old school. It's based on a high gas consumption, and cars today are just simply more efficient than they were when this model was established in Oregon in the early 1900s. So it's time for us to really start looking at how do we reset that and how do we look at future funding models going forward. I'll talk briefly about that. It's not just EVs. All cars are becoming more fuel efficient. So we need to figure out what to do to really address the decreasing revenue while VMT goes up. Another challenge that we face is just that construction costs and inflation. Since 2003, construction costs have nearly doubled. And you saw gas taxes aren't, and needs continue to grow, outpacing that. And then we all know, we've all seen it, we all feel it on a regular basis. Inflation generally, even in this last couple of years, has really skyrocketed. And so our purchase power isn't as strong. And I heard some of the questions in the earlier presentations, and I just want to note that yesterday I had a conversation with one of our team members, and we are very concerned about what the cost of asphalt is going to be doing here in the next couple of months, and that piece of our construction costs as the cost of oil has significantly gone up. So we're worried about that and watching it. There's not a lot we can do, though. We still have to pave our roads. And then we need to talk about and think about, how we grow in Nevada, how we move, how we live in our communities. And we have established this pattern where we grow further and further out. Single-use zoning, you can see here, it's pretty much all residential. Looks like there's a park or a school and some reserved areas for commercial perhaps, but those aren't very bike or pet accessible. You have to have a car to live in Nevada. If you don't have a car, you're transportation challenged, and having to have a car can really significantly economically burden a family. We saw during the pandemic, families who knew they needed a car were sitting in lines to get food because they couldn't afford food, but they couldn't afford to get rid of the car. That was more important. And so we really have to think about, how do we build our communities? And this isn't a Nevada NDOT space, except for elevating the conversation, starting the conversation, so everybody understands how these are so closely linked. And I should note that when we start to look at how we build our communities, it will help NDOT, because it will help us hopefully allay some of the increasing growth in that VMT I mentioned, but it also will help us achieve our climate goals by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It will help with community vibrancy. If people don't have to pay for a car, they might actually be able to pay for some other necessary goods for their houses, or even some unnecessary goods, little splurges here and there. It will provide better access to affordable housing and a system that works for everyone, not just those who can afford to own and are actually able to operate a car. And then climate change. I don't think we always instantly think about how climate change can impact the transportation system. But what some of our neighboring states saw last summer in that epic heat wave in June, that hit primarily the Pacific Northwest, they had bridges popping their concrete panels. Because the concrete is designed to expand during the summer and during warm days, but it's designed for what reasonable limits are, not for these extraordinary temperature swings that we're seeing across the nation. We're also seeing epic rainfall, epic fires. When the fire happens, after the fire happens, we have to worry about the storms the next summer and landslides. And we've seen those and we've been impacted by that. And we've been impacted by the fires. And so these things are happening at an ever increasing rate. And that is challenging our ability to really deliver the program and maintain the program, because it's an additional cost that we now need to anticipate and be prepared for. And I've mentioned and leaked out a little bit, and you guys all know about it because you voted on it last session, sustainable transportation funding. The chair has been working with us on this group. We have an advisory working group. There's 29 people on it. We've been meeting almost monthly. There's some months where we skip so the consulting team can do a little bit more work. I'm going to talk to you a lot more about this in June. So you know where we're going, what we're thinking, what those recommendations are going to look like, hopefully by our reports due to you in December. And I'm looking forward to working with you to figuring out how do we implement those. As I mentioned, it's at least a $500 million annual shortfall. And I increasingly need to invest my resources in ensuring that the current network stays in good condition. So how do we work together to ensure that we have the capital needed to grow the system as our communities continue to grow? Before I get to the IIJA, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, and I have two slides on these, and one says retention and one says pay. And the remarks, my talking points are kind of blended together on the two. So I'll switch at some point and you'll get to look at some other of our awesome team members. But one of our biggest challenges, I would argue maybe our biggest challenge is retention, recruitment and retention of our employees. And before I get too far into this, I just want to say our team members are amazing. I joined this team in 2019 and I didn't realize how incredible they were. We do an annual employee engagement survey and have been doing it for years. And I got here in 2019. I saw the results of that in the summer. And the number one concern of our team members was pay, low pay. That was not new. It didn't happen just in 2019. It's been a concern that they've had for years. And I understood and I heard them and I understood, but I recognize that that's not something that's particularly in my space to change. And so I said, all right, well, let's talk about the things that I can change. How can we work on morale? What are the other things that we can do? And as we started having those conversations, it just kept going back to pay. And they were asking me, well, what are you doing? And how are you elevating this conversation? How are you working for us to make sure that everyone knows the challenges we face? So I started focusing on that and thinking about that. And I recognize, and I think this is something we all know, our NDOT team members are critically important to maintaining the safety of the network. When we see fatalities go up, at some cases, those could be related to a lack of our ability to maintain the system as the way we want to. Our team members remove roadside objects. They conduct speed studies. They maintain safe work zones, which increases pedestrian safety. They design the roads for all users and a lot of other things. We are one of the largest state agencies, and with 15 to 1,800, as I mentioned, we have a lot of vacancies. That salary really impacts a lot of people across the state, not just those individual team members, but their family members as well. So I wanted to provide a few statistics for you just for awareness. The starting salary for a highway maintenance worker one at NDOT is $31,000. About a quarter of our workforce makes under $40,000 per year, and almost 60% of our team members make under $50,000. These are highly skilled employees who can't feed their families. According to a 2021 salary study, NDOT employees from highway maintenance workers to administrative assistants to engineering techs make anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 less on average in those same positions at other Nevada public agencies. That's just looking at salaries. When you factor in benefits, and the statistics are even worse. NDOT employees, like all state employees, have to contribute to their PERS benefits. In contrast, local public agencies frequently fully pay for those pension contributions and the health premiums, including subsidizing a much larger percentage of dependent premiums. I am losing team members to local agencies. I'm losing team members to the local industry, mines. And I have to tell you that they don't want to go. They love working for NDOT. They're so proud of the work that they do at the state and that state service, but they can't afford to stay with us. And so, in addition to maintaining our roads and our bridges, as well as implementing our critical safety measures, they're on call. Our team members are on call 24/7 to respond to whatever comes their way, including often being the first to respond to crashes, floods, wildfires, snow, earthquakes, mudslides, and even stranded motorists on the side of the road through the freeway service patrol. I should note, I actually got a notice last fall of one of our crews in rural Nevada who actually put out the fire, and because they were there and the fire response was still an hour away. And so they put out, they are critical aspects of our team across the entire state. When our team is understaffed, it has dire implications for public safety. In neighboring states, frequently Highway Patrol puts out the traffic control during emergencies, but in Nevada, it's NDOT. We are there right alongside the firefighters and the police officers, supporting their response during emergencies and providing critical access to refueling stations during wildfires. During winter storms, which, as I mentioned, have become increasingly more severe, we're tasked with plowing the roads to keep the public and the supply chain moving. NDOT maintenance crews often work in staggered 12-hour shifts for 24-hour snow removal during storms. During the week of Christmas 2021 alone, they dedicated more than 6,000 work hours to clearing snow and ice, ensuring there was a clear path for drivers and their families stuck on I-80. The following week, they battled walls of snow and wind gusts of 100 miles an hour through the Washoe Valley to make sure the highway was safe for the traveling public. But providing safe and clear roads during winter has become more challenging, with a vacancy rate of 55% for snowplow drivers this season. I should note we're also even sometimes called in to support other things. We help support road closures, significant road closures for major events like New Year's Eve in Southern Nevada, or during the times of political unrest during 2020 in Reno. They called on us and asked, could we help them control the roads and access to their community to make sure that that area was kept as safe as possible. We show up when asked every single time, despite the fact that we're facing significant vacancies, and despite the fact that the team members we do have are frequently exhausted, not just from the overtime they're working with NDOT, but from the second and third jobs that they sometimes have to take to feed their families. And then I should just finally note that during the peak of the pandemic, our maintenance crews never left their posts, ensuring that essential goods, medical supplies, and vaccines could get to our citizens, including delivering vaccines themselves to outlying rural areas. They kept our supply chain moving, allowing countless businesses to hold on during a period of enormous economic activity. If we are ever faced with another crisis on that scale, we will again be on the front lines. We always are. They show up in performing our civic duty to keep the public safe and our economy moving. Despite our team's essential service status and the critical and highly skilled services they provide, to our first responders during emergencies. They simply are underpaid. I understand there are a multitude of challenges associated with raising state government pay. But after 3 years of telling our team, and I did for quite some time, just say, I can't, it's not mine to change. I can't tell them that anymore. And so I am telling you the story of our team members. And I can tell you that I have many personal stories that I can share. But if I get the opportunity, I've asked them to be able to share them directly with you during hearings during the 2023 session. And I will do what I can to make sure you have the information you need to work with me to fix this. All right, now I'm going to get to the bill. So I'm going to go a little more granular than Ben did with NCSL because I'm here and he's NCSL. So multi-year bill, long-term investment, 5 years. We're super excited about it. It is the biggest that we've seen, largely because it has to be, right? Because of inflation and because the needs continue to grow. And so the bill has to be bigger. As I think Ben mentioned, he circled it on a slide. Our formula funding, which is not as formulaic as it used to be, the formula changed, but its formula is $2.5 billion in guaranteed surface transportation funding. But that doesn't include the extra programs. And as he mentioned, there's a few extras. It doesn't include the bridge program. It doesn't include the EV program. When you add those on, we're closer to $2.7 to $2.8 billion in money we know that's coming to our transportation program. And then there's the discretionary, the grant programs that are on top of that. So we need that approach bill to get passed. I know Congress is working on it. I'm seeing updates all day long about what they're doing and whether or not it's going to get passed and whether or not we're going to have another continuing resolution for maybe 4 days. When that approach bill gets passed, our fiscal year 2022 funding will increase roughly, federal fiscal year 2022 funding will increase roughly 21% over last year. So last year's federal funding was $397 million in obligation authority. This year, when that approach bill gets passed, it'll be $481 million. 21% increase in federal funding, roughly 10% increase in overall funding. So it is a big boost. It's not a gigantic boost. And we talked about inflation. The bill has some other policy initiatives in it that we've been advocating for years and we're excited about. It increases the maximum number of highway miles we may designate as critical rural freight corridors from 150 miles to 300 miles, and as critical urban freight corridors from 75 to 150. In the seventh largest state in the nation, this is important, being able to designate longer corridors there. The bill also provides flexibility for states like ours to designate as critical rural freight corridors a maximum of 600 miles, or 25% of our primary network. So that's also a positive. There's that additional bridge funding to help maintain our state's 2,100 bridges. And I should note, we have a $171 million bridge backlog and preservation funding. We know that's going to grow because our bridges are new and they're young. Some of them are aging. We're working on it, but they're so young that that bill is going to come due at the same time. So we're working on how do we make sure to keep those bridges viable and extend their lives as much as possible. We're one of those states, though, that is getting the minimum funding on bridges because our bridges are in such great shape. So we're going to get $45 million per year for a total of $225 at the end of the 5 years. Most of the programs, as Ben mentioned, are existing programs. They're going to continue with an increase, and we've already prioritized projects to go with that. We're looking if there's any nuance in the guidance that comes out that maybe changes those priorities, but we've already prioritized and have projects ready to go to use that additional funding. The bill also restores some flexibility to non-infrastructure activities and behavioral safety projects, such as the Vision Zero campaigns that you've seen and some of the training opportunities we provide for young drivers. Much of the safety challenges we see on the network and we've seen in the last couple of years as those numbers have skyrocketed are related to behavior. And so we're excited to be able to focus a little bit of our resource on that. And then I think perhaps most importantly on this bill, what we're most excited about is that it's going to continue to fund jobs throughout our state, not just the jobs of those that are delivering the program, but all of the people who are supported by that investment, the people who are delivering the materials, but also the people that when I go to the grocery store, my job helps me make sure that we have jobs for the grocery store workers, the doctors, the lawyers, everybody. So we're very excited about that potential impact. I'm going to talk a little bit about some programs in the bill that will see increasing in funds. And while overall it's a roughly 20% increase in the bill, not all of the programs received the same levels of increase. So the National Highway Performance Program, it's roughly at 18%. The Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, which is the most flexible program that we have, and a significant amount of that money is sub-allocated to our urban areas. That one received a 14% increase. Highway Safety Improvement Program received slightly larger at a 24%, recognizing the administration's interest and focus on how much we have to work on safety. One of the things I thought was interesting, we got some questions regarding this, is it appears, and we're looking in to confirm this, it appears that the National Highway Freight Program actually received a decrease in funding. So as we talk about supply chains and some of those impacts, we're looking and figuring out, well, why is that? Maybe it's because some of our others are flexible we can use on that, but having a decrease in that means that now, in order to fund that, those projects will really have to compete at a different level with other projects that might rank as higher priorities. Ben mentioned two programs that we're still waiting for full guidance on. The Carbon Reduction Program, which will receive roughly, I think, $11 million, and that Resilience Program, the Protect, or we're looking at receiving about $12.5 million on that. And we're working to be ready to deliver those projects when they come. When we talk about the EV program, and this is not new, you've all heard me talk about it. I'm excited about delivering the EV program and providing a way to reduce the carbon imprint and carbon effect of our transportation system. As right now in Nevada, we are the largest contributor, and so EVs are critical to do that. But as we work to deliver that, got to always remember how to replace that funding. We are going to be receiving roughly $38 million over 5 years of the bill, including the $5.6 million for this fiscal year. I should note that the guidance that came out a month ago basically said, before you can spend that money, you have to deliver us your plan by August 1st. And then we'll tell you if your plan's approved by September 30th, and then you can spend the money. We knew that we were going to have to deliver this plan. So we already were working on it, bringing on a consultant, and they are on board now. So when that came out, we were ready, and they are going to deliver our plan. The plan they're delivering is actually a full carbon kind of reduction alt fuel plan. But the first phase of it is going to be focused on EV, so we can meet that deadline and really start working on how do we invest those EV funds best across our state. Bridges, I already kind of talked about it. We have over more than 2,000. Most of them are in very good condition, but we do have a few that are structurally deficient. And we have some off-system bridges that will benefit from that 15% that's dedicated funding to off-system bridges. We're working on trying to figure out how do we leverage that money. This money is a little bit different than some of the other programs. Most of these programs, we're told we have to obligate on an annual basis the full amount, or whatever they limit it to. We have to obligate on an annual basis. And if you don't obligate that, it goes away. Like I said, we always fully obligate our program. This bridge funding, we're allowed to collect it during the time frame. So, and we may, and we're looking and trying to figure out how do we best use this. Do we collect it for a year or two to spend on a bridge program where we deliver 3 or 4 bridges, or for one bridge? So we're working on making sure that we maximize and leverage that bridge funding and the flexibility that they've given the states. And then I'm just touching back on One Nevada. How are we going to spend all of this, or invest, I should say, all of this additional funding? It's going to go through a data-driven process, looking at how do these projects achieve the goals. And when we receive requests, and we do receive requests from local agencies to deliver projects that maybe we hadn't considered, we're going to put those through the One Nevada process as well, so that they know and they understand why and how our prioritization is working, and they can see what other projects might be more of a priority, and we can have a conversation around that. And we often do when the local agency says, well, I really want this, and we can go back and say, well, this one has a higher priority because of X, Y, and Z, and we can all go in eyes wide open and understand why what's being built is being built and when. All right. I'm not even really touch on this. This is just, we need that omnibus bill passed. Continuing resolutions hurt. It's really hard. One of the things I have told our team, because we're afraid that we'll be under continuing resolutions for a really long time, is let's plan on delivering the full program, so that when that appropriations bill gets passed, we're already ready to go. We're not caught on our heels. So we're working on it. We're going to be ahead. And then just bigger picture funding awareness. As I mentioned, we have a $500 million annual shortfall. It's actually bigger than that. And so we're looking forward to seeing the recommendations of the AWG as they finish their work later this year. And I'm looking forward to working with you on that. So now let's get moving to talk about safety. This is probably the most important thing we can do as transportation professionals, is really looking at safety on the system. On my notes for this slide, it says every year more than 300 people die and over 1,000 are seriously injured on our roads. That's since 2015. It hasn't always been this way. Our crashes have been less. Our crashes can be less. Our fatalities can be less. 2021 was the deadliest year in Nevada's history, not just in the decade you see on this slide, but I believe in 14 years. And I think for a couple of years there, we were celebrating. You can see sort of there 2016 to 2019, there was kind of maybe a slight downward trend. But when you look at the full decade, you can see that the trend never really went down. It's just continuing to increase. And these are 382 in 2021. Those are people. They represent families, friends, brothers, sisters, nieces, co-workers that didn't make it home. So where are these crashes occurring? This is the total crash counts over the last 6 years. It goes to 2020, and it's only 9 months of 2020. The data always lags. So when we start doing analytics, we do it with the data we have that's been confirmed. So 2020 is not that low. It's only 9 months of 2020. You can see that primarily the crashes occur on the local roads. And that would make sense because our road network is 14% of the total. So it would make sense that we would have fewer crashes. But if we're 14% and we carry 50% of the crashes almost, we need to work on that. If we look at statewide fatalities, it sort of flips. More of the fatalities occur on our network than occur on the local network. And I think that can be largely attributed to the fact that if you're on an NDOT road, it's probably a higher speed facility. Most of those local roads, when we're talking about over 100,000 miles of local roads, most of those local roads are the roads right in front of your street. When you wake up in the morning or in front of your house, they're lower volume roads, they're lower speed roads. The probability of a fatality and a crash on one of those corridors is much lower. But we have a fatality problem. We have a crash fatality, a crash problem, and we need to work on it. One of the leading contributors to the challenges we face is speeding. Speed and speeding. We have seen in the last 2 years an epic increase in speeding on our network. What you see here is just the increase in citations over 100 miles an hour. We don't have a road in Nevada that's posted over 80. In Southern Nevada, we don't have a road posted over 75. So this is citations for people going at least 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. And it's alarming because it only acknowledges those that actually got a citation, those where the police were there to catch them. So the incidence of speeding at this level is probably far higher than what we've seen. And I mentioned it's not just speeding, it's also speed. So as we look at the speed matters, the faster you're traveling on the road, the higher the probability that if you hurt somebody not in a vehicle, that they will die. And it's not at 80 miles an hour, it's at 40 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour, if you hit a pedestrian, there's an 80% chance of a fatality. And think about the corridors that you drive on. Is it McCarran up north? Is it Veterans Parkway? Is it Charleston, Flamingo, Rainbow, Nellis? They're not posted at 40, they're posted often at 45 or higher. So if we really want to address the fatality crisis that we have on our network, we're going to have to work together across all agencies to reduce the speed of travel, including the posted speed, on the majority of our roadways. I should note that in 2021, in spring of 2021, NDOT launched a speed management action plan to really look at what are the strategies we need to do to better manage the speed on all roads in Nevada. We report statistics on all safety across the state. We're the federal responsible party, responsible agency, so we report. So we do look at what are the strategies we need to do, not just on our roads, but on all corridors across the state. And we are working with not just our local public agency partners, but we're also really looking at, the law enforcement partners, the courts, everybody. What do we need to do to really focus on this? And I'm going to start talking about all of the aspects of designing a safe system. So when we start thinking about a safe system, there are, the E's used to be, I think it used to be 3 E's. We've added some E's because we've recognized that there are things that we weren't thinking about that we need to be thinking about and working towards as we really strive to get to 0 fatalities. Critical on this, we're not necessarily looking for 0 crashes. We're looking for 0 fatalities. So in some cases, effort to reduce fatalities might result in more rear-end collisions. But if it results in less fatalities, that is the goal. So something to think about as you may hear or have questions, and we're happy to always answer any questions you have. But we're really looking at how do we use these 6 E's? How do we work together and think about these together? The first one is, and this one's new. This one came when we updated our strategic highway safety plan in early 2021. And we added equity because we recognize that the safety outcomes on our network are not equitable. They don't impact us all in the same way. And so we really wanted to make sure that we put this as one of our guiding principles and are really thinking about including equity in all aspects of the plan. Who will benefit from the implementation of an action step? Who may be negatively impacted by that implementation? Is there a demographic or a socioeconomic data that was considered in development of our action step as we start to make these recommendations? And who was involved? Were we listening to the same people? Were we listening to everyone? Were we listening to the people who were most impacted? So really considering equity as we work to make sure our system is safe for everyone. Engineering, this one is this one is true, dear to my heart, because this is the one that I own. Me and the local public agencies, the roads we build, how did we build them in the first place? Did we design them to be safe in the first place? So what are the things we're doing to make sure people stay in their lane? What are we doing to make sure that if they leave their lane in rural Nevada, that they can get back on the road and they're not off in a ditch somewhere? How are we working to increase pedestrian safety? This picture, my team, I was like, you need to give me a better picture because it was not around engineering. It was a bridge. It was bridge and steel and it was cool, but it had nothing really with the safety piece. Like, you got to give me something. So they gave me, they're like, this one isn't good. And I'm like, perfect. Give me one that's good. This is Boulder Highway. And those of us in Southern Nevada, if you've traversed Boulder Highway, you know that it's got a posted speed limit of at least 45 miles an hour. There's 3 travel lanes, plus a wide shoulder, plus a bike lane. It is scary to cross. We're working with our local partners to fix that. The city of Henderson actually received a significant federal funding grant to help deliver a program to make Boulder Highway safety within the limits of city of Henderson. We are working on a safe systems approach that really looks to, and this is what I talked about, reducing fatalities, not necessarily reducing all crashes. Safe systems should prevent all crashes. It's trying to make sure that the system is designed so that it is safe for everyone, even if a mistake is made. So what you're looking at is humans are humans and they are going to make mistakes. How do we design the system to accommodate those mistakes? We're working on it. We're delivering it. The space around engineering and safety has evolved significantly in the last 20 years, and we're working to evolve with it. The challenge is any legacy infrastructure is really hard to change. So working again on trying to figure out how do we do that to make sure the system is safe for everyone. The next E is enforcement. We can't do this alone. It's not just about the engineering. It's also our law enforcement partners. They are critical in making sure that people are using the system the way it's intended to be used. And it's not just the law enforcement out on the street like you see in these pictures. It's also in the courts and ensuring that the courts are maintaining and holding up the structure and the intent of the law. And then there's 3 more, sorry. Education. I talked about the fact that we're now able with the IIJA to start flexing some of that funds back to behavioral programs. I talked about engineering and the engineering system, that Boulder Highway, when you look at that road in the middle of the night, there's no one on it, you might be tempted to drive a little bit faster. So how do we design it so it tells you what speed you should be driving? You don't have to look at a speed limit sign. That said, not a single corridor in our statewide network has been designed for 100 miles an hour. So that is a behavior, that is an education, And that is something that we need to really all work on together to make sure everybody understands that you should not use our roads in that manner. They're not a racetrack. Go out. We got a beautiful racetrack out at the Speedway in Southern Nevada. Go use that if you want to test the speed on your car, and never, ever operate a vehicle impaired. Emergency response. Whether or not you survive a crash has also a lot to do with how fast you get access to emergency care, whether that's the ambulance that shows up on the site or whether that's actually getting to the hospital. We have a traffic incident management coalition that works together across the state and this is actually a training that they're doing. And we've seen significant positive outcomes of those. By responding faster, we reduce the incidence of secondary crashes, which are also potentially fatal. So we're working on making sure that we get everyone who needs medical care to that medical care as fast as possible, that we also clear the road faster, get to where they want to go as they had intended. And then the last E is everyone. And we're not gonna do this alone. Every single one of us that enters the transportation system, be it in a car, be it on foot, be it on a bike, be it on a scooter or a mobility device, we all have a role to play in making sure that the system is safe. And we're going to have to work together to achieve those outcomes and make sure that every single one of us gets home every single night after we leave the house in the morning. And then I just have, as I wrap up, I just wanted to say our team is amazing. They are highly skilled, they are passionate, they are committed, and it has been a privilege to be able to work with them. And we all face, and the state faces, we've got big challenges, but we're looking forward to the future with hope. We've seen over the course of the last 2 years that connectivity and keeping Nevadans safe and connected is so critically important. We're humbled and honored to face the tasks ahead. And we recognize that having a reliable, connected network will continue to help pull Nevada out of the pandemic, help keep our workforce vibrant, and help fortify a healthy future for Nevadans. And with that, I'd like to thank you for giving me your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know you gave me a lot, but there was a lot in there. So hopefully you got some good information. And with that, let's get to questions.
There was a lot of good information in there. Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a few questions, and we're going to start with Senator Brooks, and then we'll go to Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, and first of all, it's great to hear that Nevada has made the top of some really good lists, and that we're performing above most of the rest of the country on some of these really important metrics as far as providing infrastructure to Nevadans. So that's I think something we should all be, that you should be very proud of, and NDOT should be proud of, all of us. And you identified your biggest obstacle, and this is a common theme. Your biggest obstacle to success is really retention and recruitment, and the number one issue probably associated with that is pay and benefits. As a cabinet member and somebody, we just kicked off our budget building process today, and so what are you? And you're sitting in front of the legislature today, but what suggestions do you have to address that, and what are you going to be doing to try to address that issue?
Thank you for the question. I have been elevating the conversation to the governor's office. I've been working with other local agencies. I think one of the key barriers initially for us was really understanding what the scope of that was, how significant it was, and understanding that I don't think it's uncommon that state agencies get paid less than local agencies, but we went back and looked at a thread that went back to 2009 and have found that the state agencies are actually falling further behind than they were back then. So it was identifying and really getting down to that piece of the problem. Beyond that, I have in my meetings with the governor's office, I have provided suggestions on potential paths forward. I'm not the one that can generate revenue, but I am always able and interested in having those conversations with the departments that work in that space and letting them know where I could see that, where we have ideas that might be worth considering. But we recognize, and I'll own it, this is not easy. There's a reason why we're in this position, and it's because in order to address it, you have to address revenue. And but I'm happy to have the conversation. I'm happy to help walk the path with you. I don't know if that's a good enough answer, Senator Brooks, but I am. This is not something. As I told you, I talked about it with the team a lot, and I just said, hey, let's focus on things that I can change. And back last fall, they were like, that's not working. It sounds like you don't care. It sounds like you're not working on our behalf. And I'm like, I am. And so I'm like, I am beating this drum now. Like, how do we fix it? And I know that this coming legislative session is going to be tough. There's a lot on the plate to be addressed, including my own funding strategy for our capital program and our maintenance program. But I'm talking about it with everybody I can, and I'm open to ideas. And if somebody says, well, have you thought about this? I'm like, and I think it's good. I pass it on to the people who I think might be responsible for helping figure out how to implement it.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Ellison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was great information that was on here. I'm glad you mentioned the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit, because on I-80, you can go for hours and hours and never see a policeman and see cars doing well over 100. I got two questions for you. Number one, with the cost of fuel going up the way it is, it's dramatically, that's going to have a large impact on your asphalt costs, is that not?
Mm-hmm. It is. It is. You know, it's interesting when we do bids, the contractor is stuck with what they bid on all but a couple of items. And a couple of items, we recognize the prices fluctuate so dramatically that we come to the table. And one of those is asphalt, it's oil. So if that asphalt cost when they buy it is significantly more than what they bid, we do pay that difference. And it is in our contracting documents. And so we are concerned that we're going to start seeing some significant impact. And again, that just goes back to, we don't have enough revenue and it could impact our ability to deliver the full program. But I'm hopeful that between the IIJA and the inflationary costs of fuel, that we'll be able to balance out. That said, I think we all want fuel costs to go down.
Yeah, thank you. And then the other thing was you know, we've been bringing this up for a long time. I see more and more cars, electric cars on the highway. The problem is how do you receive, you know, fuel funds pay for the highways? How do you offset for what you're losing with electric cars on the highway? Should that be addressed with the legislature on when they purchase electric cars and they have to have a special tax or something? But I mean, there's a lot of cars on there. They're not paying any road tax at all. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm looking at it as a business sense. And, you know, somebody using something, they need to pay for it. So
it'd be like turning on the tap and drinking water you weren't paying for, right?
Yeah.
I think we all get that. I think we all understand that. And I'm really happy of the work that the legislature actually initiated back in 2019 with the SCR3 committee and the interim, really looking at how do we address the long-term viability of the state transportation fund. And that was prompted, I think, because of EVs, but not solely because of EVs. As I mentioned, the large part of the degradation of our revenue has been because of just the increased fuel efficiency of cars overall. And so then last year in 2021, AB 413 came forward and established this advisory working group. There are 29 different members on the group. I am going to come back in June and talk to you a little bit more about what we've done, what our process has been, and where we are. But we were tasked with looking at not just the couple of programs we looked at with SCR3, but all of the funding options that are on the table that other states possibly use, other local agencies use to really figure out how do we best crack the nut on funding. And part of that is EVs. I think when we started this effort, there was a thought that there would be one answer. It would be do this thing and it's going to solve the problems. As we've gone down this path, we've realized that it's probably going to be a suite of recommendations to address the short-term problem, as well as recommendations to address that longer-term problem, which is increased adoptions of EVs. And right now, there's not a ton of EVs on the network. But with fuel prices the way they are, with battery costs going down and overall EV costs coming down, with a more diversification of the EV fleet, we do anticipate that's going to increase at a significant rate. So hold tight. in June, I hope to have more information. And yes, I am looking for help, the legislature, to help get it over the finish line once we have those recommendations.
And I just want to say thank you so much for the work you guys done on Immigrant Path. That the truck passing lanes up along that whole road. My God, what a difference! It's like night and day, and then plus 93. So thank you so much.
Assemblyman Watts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. There's a lot in there. I guess one thing, so I think you did a great job of explaining some of the kind of the guaranteed funds that are coming to us. So I guess my first question would be, could you talk a little bit more about some of the competitive grant funding and your plan to, make sure that we go after as much of that as possible? And I know that some of those come with match requirements as well. So if you could just give a little bit of high-level background on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so a couple of pieces of that. There are the big grants, RAISE, infra. There's big grants where you can get significant money. Like we got $50 million for Tropicana a couple of years ago. So there's those grants, and then there's lots of like smaller grants. And a lot of these grants don't even have their programmatic requirements written yet. So it's like a whole extra bonus challenge right now in this new system. We have a consulting team that's on board that is helping us evaluate the grants as they come out. They're tracking and evaluating them. We work together with our local agencies to determine which grants are most appropriate for us versus them. And in some cases, we all compete against each other. And I'll give you an example. The RAISE grants are due in mid-April. They've already come out. They're due in mid-April. We are going to submit one. And we know that several local agencies are also going to submit grant applications. And we're going to write letters of support for some of those. I don't know that we'll write them for all, but we will write some letters of support. And we'll work with our legislative, our federal delegation to help them understand where we see the differences in them. The goal is to get the money to Nevada. It's not necessarily to get the money exclusively to NDOT. And a good example of that is the Boulder Highway project. So the city of Henderson actually applied for it. It's our corridor, it's our network, but they applied for it. They got the revenue. We're going to work with them to make sure that they can deliver the program, because we got to come to the table with some money too. It wasn't everything. And so we're working, and there's another example. The RTC of Southern Nevada applied for an ATC MTD. So that's one of the smaller programs. They applied for one of those. They got it. It was actually for US 95 here in Las Vegas. And they're like, we need to work with you together. So we all work very closely together. We wrote letters of support for the two grant programs. I think it wasn't RAISE. I can't remember which one it was that City of Reno and Carson City got for the Arlington bridges and for Williams Parkway. So we're constantly working together to make sure we get the money to the state based on the specific requirements of the grants. And they all have their own needs. When it comes to matching is a little bit more, we're great when it comes to programmatic matching, because so much of our state is federal land. Our match requirements on most of the federal funding that's programmatic it's the lowest in the nation. It's 95% on many of those funds. On those that are 80-20, we're definitely at the 80. But anything that has a somewhat of a flexible, because our state is so federally owned, we have the lowest match requirement, which helped us weather the COVID pandemic. When our state revenue fell, we had still enough to make sure we used all of our federal funds. On the other hand, when it starts coming to competitive grants, there's frequently a request that not only do you come with the minimum, but that you come with extra. And so that's where we, again, working with the local agency, how do we figure out to come up with a package that shows that everybody's coming to the table with the revenue they have to leverage that federal fund and show that it's not, the feds aren't paying for it 95%. They're going to come in with 30% and that's going to finish it. So we do work together to make sure that that we use our money as much as we can to leverage federal funding and get more dollars into the state, whether it's to me at NDOT, which we love winning. We love celebrating. We're like, yeah, we got the money. But I also love it when the local agencies got it, because it's still meeting the needs of Nevadans.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The next question I had, and you mentioned this, I think, at a couple points in the presentation, And I just want to, I think this is also was brought up last session, and just want to applaud your agency for being kind of a leader in incorporating climate considerations into your overall agency strategic planning process. And so I think I kind of know the answer to this, but particularly as we look at bringing in an increase in resources from the Jobs Act, some of which are earmarked towards more carbon reducing things such as supporting electric vehicles, some of which are more open-ended. Could you speak about just really briefly on how you're kind of applying a climate lens to utilizing some of those funds to kind of try and maximize that benefit wherever possible?
There's a couple of things we're doing. I think on a high level, it's important to note we're one of the lead agencies in the state on addressing the climate challenge because transportation is a leading contributor in the state. Unfortunately, I'm a driver just like you and like you, right? We're drivers, we picked where we lived and we have to drive. And there's not a lot as NDOT that I can do to change how much people drive. But where we can, we're working on doing that. What we're doing internally is we're really looking at what our climate footprint is. And so I've challenged our team to look at on our projects, how do we reduce the project climate footprint? That's harder. It may come with costs. And, and at some point we may have to justify, we spent 30% more on this material because we wanted it to be local so we could reduce its greenhouse gas footprint of transportation, right? So we're looking at that, and we haven't developed it yet. There's programs that we can adopt like LEAD. It's not intended for transportation, but like that. So we're looking in those spaces. That's how we're looking to reduce ours. But when it comes to delivering our projects, I mentioned the One Nevada plan and those 6 goals, and one of those is climate, it's sustainability. And we have criteria. When I started in 2019, we had this plan we adopted in 2018, and I was like, great, what happens? You got 6 goals, they're fantastic. How do we develop projects? And they said, we got to work on that. And I'm like, all right, can we do it tomorrow? And they said, no, but I'm learning patience. It's not one of my virtues. It's some people have it, not one of mine. The first year they developed the criteria by which the first round, I would even say, of criteria by which we would measure those goals and measure our projects. I think there's 17 different criteria in there. The criteria, I'm going to go with preservation because it's easier. What is the asphalt condition, right? Do we have a bunch of potholes or not? So it's those types of criteria. When it comes to climate, we're not just looking at greenhouse gas emissions. We're also looking at runoff generated from our projects. Are we impacting our local streams and waters? So we're looking at all of those things, and we're developing new criteria. The other thing we're doing is we're really looking at how do we weigh those criteria against each other. And I'll give an example in the connecting community, in the access, in the providing mobility one. A lot of developments are now occurring on the outer regions of our community. And so if you build a new interchange, you just created access for a whole bunch of people. But you also just made a whole bunch of people drive, right? You just added all of these cars onto the interstate. And so we're working to figure out how do these criteria work against each other. The good news is we're not the only ones working on this. A lot of DOTs are working in this space, but we're really working to try to use our project prioritization and planning process to drive the outcomes we want to see as a state overall, particularly in that climate space, but also in safety and in preservation and all of those 6 goals.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate just the background on how that's being incorporated into your processes. Madam Chair, may I have one more quick question? Thank you. The last question I had is just around safety. And I really appreciate kind of that rundown through the E's. And clearly there's a role for infrastructure to play in safety. Clearly there's a role in driver behaviors. One thing that I just wanted your perspective on is also the role that vehicles themselves play. And this was something that was kind of brought up in earlier presentations today. The condition of the vehicle and some of its safety equipment. Of course, we make sure new vehicles have certain safety equipment, installed and built in. But then there are, certain things like condition of tires, conditions of brakes that can impact some of those stopping times and contribute to injuries and even fatalities. So I was just wondering, and it's something that I just don't see as often in the discussion of the vehicle element in safety. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that topic. And I know that's not maybe necessarily as closely connected within your agency's perspective, but since you're participating in a lot of these conversations about safety, if you had any feedback on that.
I don't know that we have that data, and I'm like, oh, that'd be a fascinating PhD study, for somebody to go really and look into that, what's the impact? And you're right, there is an impact. I was even thinking about it in relation to equity, right? If you have less resources, you're less not only is your car older, so it doesn't have all of those safety features in it, but you're less likely to have the resources to replace your tires or to do your brakes. And so are you more inclined to be in a crash in your neighborhood? Now you also probably likely have more people who are biking and walking. And so there's an equity piece of that too. I don't know that we have the data. I do know that it plays a role. And I do know that increasingly we're looking at these safer vehicles, but the safety of the vehicle is still subject to the programming. It's still subject to users because we're still using them. I knew a person who, all of our cars beep, right? When you don't put your seatbelt on. I knew a person who disabled his beeper. How are you a grown adult now in today's day and you disabled your beeper because so there's still all of these other things. And so that's why largely I'm more focused on, do we design a road that tells you what speed you're driving, or are we relying on the sign on the side of the road? Because people don't really look at the signs I don't really look at signs unless I'm looking to figure out where I'm going, or I just passed a cop and I'm like, oh my God, am I going the right speed, right? I think a lot of us, you don't look at the signs unless you're lost or going somewhere. And now with navigation, you don't even have to do that. The road should tell you what speed to travel. You should know, if you travel to these other communities, you've lived in any other communities, there's roads. I lived in DC for 3 years, and you can't go in the city more than about 25 miles an hour on many of those roads. They're built differently. Our roads, the road right in front of my house it's not a lot smaller than some of the arterials that we drive on, right? But it's posted at 25. It doesn't tell me to go 25. So we're really looking more at the engineering, but you're right. And I think it's important that we also consider what the impact of the vehicle itself is and how we might be able to work towards ensuring that we're addressing that as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for your thoughts on that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right. I think that you're going to get off a little easy today.
Well, thank you. And if there's anything else, never hesitate. We're always happy to work with any member of the legislature when it comes to issues regarding transportation. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you again in June with that report. Awesome. So moving to the second portion of this agenda item. Next up, we'll have Ms. MJ Maynard, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Transportation Commission, also known as RTC here in Southern Nevada. And she'll make a presentation of what we're doing here in Southern Nevada when it comes to transportation, traffic management, transportation planning, and funding. So, Ms. Maynard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the Commission. Thanks for your time today. So in the interest of time for today's presentation, let me start here. Okay, and hang on, let me go ahead here and swap. Yep. Okay. I think I've got that right. Okay, very good. So in the interest of time today, I'm going to, again, I'll be very brief in terms of who we are and what we do, as many of you have seen that slide multiple times. But I'm also going to discuss RTC's efforts to maximize the infrastructure funding effort and also potential topics of discussion during the next legislative session, and then briefly touch on the impacts, both challenges and opportunities in terms of the pandemic. So of course, I think all of you know we wear a lot of hats here at the RTC.
Before we go on, were you attempting to share your PowerPoint?
No. Let's
Okay, just wanted to make sure because we're not seeing it if you were.
Okay. One sec here. There we go. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so again, I think all of you are aware, you've seen this slide multiple times. We are the public transit provider, the MPO, so the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. We are the roadway funding and planning agency, traffic manager for the region, and of course we implemented and oversee the bike share program in downtown Las Vegas. I think all of you are very aware then that the RTC is run by a regional board, 2 members from Clark County, 2 members from the city of Las Vegas, our vice chair from the city of Henderson. We also have representation from Boulder City and Mesquite and North Las Vegas. Excellent board, by the way. I feel pretty fortunate. Just briefly, I think we talked about this even last year. So again, as the traffic manager for the region, we continue to manage during the pandemic just the varying traffic flows on the arterials and also in partnership with NDOT on the freeway system. Overnight, thousands of Southern Nevadans found themselves unemployed overnight. And so we were very sensitive to ensuring that as those food distribution sites were set up, that we were able to effectively manage the traffic volume around those sites, as well as the vaccination sites. I'll tell you that traffic, if you were driving here in Southern Nevada, you are already aware that traffic volumes are where we were pre-pandemic, particularly at the California-Nevada interstate border. So we did not anticipate receiving stimulus funding. And so prior to that, we had made almost $10 million worth of fixed route service costs. When we received the stimulus funding, we were able to not only implement service levels back to where they were pre-pandemic levels, but we did it in a different way. We took advantage of not necessarily putting the service back the way that it was, but looking for opportunities to potentially do something different, like implementing an on-demand service in the southwest part of Clark County that had never seen transit service, as well as West Henderson. In North Las Vegas, we added a brand new route, another brand new route in the southwest West Henderson, Boulder City area, increased frequencies on all of our routes, particularly folks, if you have no other options to move about Southern Nevada and you use public transit, the number one thing that our customers want us to spend money on, if they are again using public transit, is frequency. And so we listened to the customers, implemented more frequency, and brought back weekend service because we had made a cut to that during the pandemic. So I'm going to show
the last 2 years brought unexpected ups and downs throughout the world. But one thing remained constant. We kept moving. Moving the moms, the dads, the essential workers, students, fans, and those who just love what Vegas has to offer. Moving to evolve from the traditional transit some have come to know us for, to a new transportation form for new audiences. Thanks to federal stimulus funding, we expanded to new neighborhoods in the valley, booming with economic development.
As we have seen the introduction of the bus route, it's opened up more resources for people to come here and choose Amazon as an employer of choice. I think what it means to us from an employer standpoint is we want to make sure that we keep people here. We want to make sure that we retain our associates, and we don't want to spend additional cost in trying to find someone else, right? Because if we consider everyone a member of our family, then we don't want our family to leave us.
When our community was challenged with getting our kids to schools, we launched the Ride On program to provide students with new options.
The RTC Ride On program helps students get to school on time by using the regular public transportation system. By a student having a bus pass that they can use whenever they need it, it gives families a lot more freedom and flexibility, and parents don't have to worry so much about whether or not their kid has the transportation they need for both school or employment.
RTC is great, actually, because it's helped me get to places I need to go in a timely manner,
and it's really just as simple as pressing a button and just going. I ride it Monday through Friday every day to school. I do use it occasionally on the weekends to go to work, get groceries, go to certain appointments of some sort, and it's just overall it's a great experience. Even getting my driver's license using RTC on demand, I'd probably end up using that to go there. And even after getting a driver's license, I would still use it.
Well, I think as a parent, my own child uses RTC to get back and forth from school, not through the ride-on program, but through RTC. What I like about it is that I know where he is, I know what he has access to, and that it also allows him to be more independent.
And we did some of that with RTC On Demand, a new door-to-door microtransit service in the Southwest and West Henderson parts of the Valley.
My name's Zach, and I use the RTC On Demand, and it has saved me so much money on my gas in my car. I can open up the app, I can get a ride, I can get to and from work, I can get from work to go hang out with friends. It just makes everything easy. I don't have to worry about gas or anything. Before RTC On Demand and Game Day Express, I hadn't really used any of the RTC services before, and it's been amazing. I'm super impressed with the Wi-Fi. It's easy to stay in touch on the bus. Air conditioning is great in the summer. It's been a great experience.
And thanks to the Clark County Department of Environment and Sustainability, our Game Day Express was there for all of the Sunday and Monday night football too. But that's not all. In continuing our commitment to transition to a zero-emissions fleet, we're excited to welcome our first 2 hydrogen fuel cell electric buses later this year. We're going places, Southern Nevada. Let's go together.
So I did want to make a comment about, the fact, Christina, Director Swallow talked about labor and the labor shortage, and that is an issue.
For the last 2 years.
That's an issue here in Southern Nevada. Let me get to the next slide. Oh.
Brought unexpected ups.
Here we go. Okay, so sorry about that. So Director Swallow is correct. We've seen a labor shortage here in terms of how we provide our transit service. We thought it was just the pandemic. There was a labor shortage because of that, but it has been sustained and ongoing, so much so that we had to, as of February 22nd, reduce our transit service to a Saturday schedule. And what does that mean? That means that we are providing substandard service right now to our community, particularly those folks, again, that rely on us. We also worked in conjunction with the school district. Their labor shortage was actually more severe than ours. And so we identified 15 high schools that are aligned on one of our transit routes. We were able to assist today. There's about 1,000 students that are utilizing RTC to get to school. But what's been really interesting and actually exciting is that these students, we can track, not the individual student, but we can track how the student travels. And we're seeing that the students are utilizing the transit system to not only get to school, but also they're using it on the weekends, and they're using it at night for after school activities or to get to work. So I feel like we're sort of developing these young transit riders, and it's I think, again, you heard the young man say they'd never used transit until they had the opportunity to. And then, of course, we listen to our customers, and then working with Clark County as a traffic manager of the public transit agency, the ability to get everybody to leave their cars at home in the outlying areas, put them all on one bus and get into the Allegiant Stadium or T-Mobile. Not only, again, it helps that customer experience, but we're really removing, for example, we move almost 3,500 Raiders fans to the game each Sunday. And if each Raider fan, or as a couple, decided to drive to Allegiant Stadium rather than get on our bus, we've probably eliminated at least 1,600 vehicles in and around the stadium just for that game day service. So we feel like it's a home run, both from, again, keeping cars in their garages at home for not only the sustainability sort of climate action opportunity, but also as a traffic manager, it really helps with congestion. And so to move on to Maryland Parkway, we are moving along. We've been working closely with our contractors. We're working on the engineering and final design for the proposed Maryland Parkway Bus Rapid Transit project. Final design should be completed in early 2023. And then we are also applying for federal funding this year to pay for a portion of the project construction again, which is anticipated to begin early 2023. The system should be up and running, the new BRT project, as early as 2025. And so, I forgot to mention, and I think it's noteworthy, that during the pandemic, while ridership around the United States dropped significantly at every single system, here in Southern Nevada, we probably saw the lowest drop in ridership. And again, that speaks to the number of essential workers that we move in and around our service economy. We continue, the most recent national transit database, this is as of 2019. Again, we are number one lowest in operating cost, number one in lowest subsidy, so less taxpayer money goes into providing each trip. We have the highest fare box recovery ratio. What does that mean? We're collecting more money at the fare box than 98% of our transit peers. And then people are always surprised to learn that we have the 12th busiest bus system in the United States. Okay, so moving on to the roadway side of the house. So this is what we're doing with the money that many of you supported. As of January 2022, 583 projects have been awarded and 330 have been completed. 78 local small businesses have been put to work. Nearly $1.85 billion has been spent in roadway projects. And then that's created more than 13,000 jobs. Through FRI, we work, of course, with local entities, with the contractors, with the unions, and others like NV Energy to help fund, build, and maintain the roads that we all use every day. FRI has not only been a critical part in improving our roadways here in Southern Nevada, but it's helped create thousands of jobs. And we think that is probably the best benefit. Just some background, the 10-year extension, the 10-year extension to index fuel tax to inflation will end in 2026. And so there's an opportunity, actually legislatively, we're required to go back to the ballot in 2026 by way of the county commission. And so the RTC, and again, thanks to Director Swall and her emphasis on safety, it is a big deal. Our roadways are getting exceedingly more dangerous every single year. And so we are working closely with many partners on a variety of safety and technology projects. Director Swall mentioned what's happening on US 95. We are working, it's a grant, and she's right, it's the ATC MTD grant. Don't ask what that means. We're all about acronyms here in government, but the US 95 Integrated Safety Technology Corridor between I-15 and Summerlin Parkway is a joint project between the RTC and NDOT, Nevada State Police, UNLV, and then a private partner company called RECOR. Key components included in this grant-funded project will include wrong way driving warning systems and strategic traffic management sites for law enforcement. We're also going to be pursuing funding to upgrade, modernize the central traffic signal control software. So, we work closely with the jurisdictions. It is their equipment. There's over 1,600 signalized intersections here in Southern Nevada. We manage all of the cities, the county, their equipment, but it's sort of a hodgepodge of outdated equipment. So we are going to look for funding in the infrastructure bill, again, to upgrade the entire system. And then we're also, we're looking to test new technologies in something called advanced intersection analytics. We are going to be putting out an RFI, request for information, this year to the industry. There's an opportunity to use artificial intelligence and deep learning technology to collect traffic data in real time and collect insights into intersection, whether they're near misses, there's red light running, there's speeding, all of those things. We'll be able to take that data and provide that data to either all of the jurisdictions that potentially it's looking for a roadway safety design upgrade, or providing that data to Nevada State Police, or in this case, Metro, where they can help them with implement more of their enforcement efforts. And of course, at the RTC, safety for all road users. It's not just about the car or the transit rider, it's also about pedestrians and cyclists. And so we are partnering with local jurisdictions to implement complete streets projects throughout Southern Nevada that will improve walkability and cycling opportunities along key roadways. Over the next few years, the work will continue with over 20 bike and pedestrian projects, totaling more than $80 million planned or in progress. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we also own and operate the bike share system in downtown Las Vegas. During the pandemic, I think everyone took advantage of the fact that there weren't many cars on the road, and we saw a dramatic increase in the bike share usage that really continues today. So finally, we're looking long-term. We've identified several new planning studies that will inform where and how we build new bike and pedestrian infrastructure, such as the Southern Nevada Vision Zero Action Plan. We're also working on a regional walkability plan and then an update to the regional bicycle plan. Next, I'm going to provide just a very brief overview on our funding sources, expenses, and financial forecast over the next few years. So as I said earlier, we had no idea that relief was on its way in terms of federal stimulus funding. And I have to, huge shout out to our federal delegation. They worked really hard to deliver this federal funding to our state at a critical time. And so between the CARES Act, CRISA, and the American Rescue Plan, we anticipate receiving $303 million. We've drawn down, quite frankly, almost all of it. We were one of the first we were the first transit agency in the United States to obligate our American Rescue Plan money. So it's very, though, this, when people hear, hey, RTC received over $303 million, so where's my light rail system? It's important to note that this stimulus money is very prescriptive in how we use it and when we use it. And so the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, said, RTC, we're going to give you this money, but you have to make sure that you bring your transit service levels back to pre-pandemic levels. And we did that. As I mentioned, we added new routes and the on-demand service that you saw in the video. And it was also to the transit agencies, you make sure you use that money to bring back all the employees that were laid off and furloughed. And we did that as well. The funding is to be used additionally to continue the sanitization efforts that are currently underway and will continue. That's just going to be part of our operating business standard going forward. And once the funds are obligated, we have 5 years to spend the stimulus funding. Other things have changed too. Not only did we receive the $303 million in stimulus, but we also have seen, I think, every business, public or private sector here in Nevada, has seen an increase in sales tax. Sales tax, by the way, just as a reminder, to fund public transit here in Southern Nevada, there's two main sources of funding. One is sales tax, and the other is passenger fares. So we've seen a much needed increase in sales tax. It's up over 21% compared to 2019. We normally anticipate about a 3.5% increase in sales tax every single year, so very significant. And then the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we anticipate receiving $150 million in new funding over the next 5 years. About $80 million in new funding for transit, and about $70 million in new funding for our MPO for planning and roadway projects. And then just briefly, this is our fiscal year 2022 budgeted funding sources. As you can see, we're primarily funded by fuel taxes and sales tax, made up of grants, fares, bond proceeds. So total funding sources for 22, $662 million. And then funding uses, our funding uses consist mainly of, I guess it's not, the slide's not actually showing it, but the two big blue slices that you see there, it's capital outlay at 44% and contracted services at 37%. Then the rest is made up of debt service at 12% and then salaries and benefits at 7%. So this graph shows how the cumulative dollars under contract compare to our total roadway revenues and expenses. And this is since the inception of the fuel revenue indexing program back in 2013. So as you can see on the slide here, as of the second quarter in fiscal 2022, the total revenue is more than $2.1 billion. And that's the red line that you see there on the graph. These revenues also include bond proceeds, and the total expenses are more than $1.3 billion. And that is the orange line that you see there. And then the total amount under contract is about $1.8 billion, again, identified there by the green line. So again, a very, very healthy program. And again, many, many thanks to all of you that were involved in ensuring that we had the ability to go out and index fuel tax to inflation. I think we're probably getting known for this graph, these red bars. And I know that you saw this last year and the preceding year, but this graph represents our projected budget deficit pre-pandemic. And we were looking at a shortfall beginning as early as 2020. And again, for the RTC, we had to manage, we're business people. We had to manage to the budget. And so we had to address that $30 million deficit. We also had to furlough lay off about 15% of our workforce. Everybody took a pay cut. We cut contracts. We eliminated capital projects. And of course, we unfortunately had to reduce our transit service. But good news is that we've, of course, because of the stimulus funding, the increased sales tax and money through the infrastructure bill, we have seen, and let me hit this because red is not good. So that funding deficit that we saw happen as early as 2020 has now been pushed off to fiscal 28. It's important to note that this is what we know today. So this is a projection based on what we know that deficit of $31 million will happen in 2028. Now, we would never wait until 2028 to lop off $31 million in transit service. So we anticipate starting to make some of those reductions in transit service as early as 2025. So some takeaways from this slide. It's important to note that additional federal money and increased sales tax certainly delayed that fiscal cliff that we've been dealing with for a number of years here at the RTC. The transit service levels that we're offering today, even when we get back, we are able to hire enough drivers to bring our service levels, our transit service levels back to where they need to be. Our transit service still has not been able to keep up with the population growth and demand. So it really is, it's suboptimal at best. A new funding source or budget cuts, including cuts to transit service, will need to be made if we're not able to identify funding, and I'll talk about in the next slide. Oh, that's 31. That's our deficit here. So before we wrap up, I do want to talk about our plans with respect to federal and state legislative priorities for 2022 and 2023. So as of February 2022, we have worked as a team internally, and then also reached out to the jurisdictions because regionalism really will be more competitive in terms of receiving and being awarded money from funding from the infrastructure bill. Internally, we've identified about 40 projects across 24 potential funding sources. And we're currently, again, working with local entities and NDOT to compile a comprehensive statewide list of transportation priorities to identify possible partnership opportunities for the highly competitive grant program. So aside from the $150 million that we expect to receive through the increased formula funding, there is $1 billion worth of competitive grants available, and we are ready to go. Which is why we've been working for the last 3 months in anticipation of NOFOs coming out, so that we can just hit the go button and start applying for those grants as they are let. The USDOT actually issued its first 2022 NOFO, so NOSA funding opportunity for the RAISE grant program, and we expect to apply prior to the April 14th deadline. We're also anticipating the release of NOFOs for the bus and bus facilities grant, and also a low-no emissions program, which is going to be critical for transitioning and maintaining our fleet to zero-emission vehicles. So we have over 800 buses. We put together a zero-emission plan, a zero-emission vehicle plan, that if funding is available, we'll be able to transition our fleet to zero-emission vehicles by 2035. Again, without this federal stimulus funding that we were receiving, this additional money, we would not be able to even start advancing this plan. So we consider ourselves very, very lucky, again, on behalf of our federal delegation. And then looking ahead to the 2023 legislative session, we remain focused on short and long-term funding needs. So a variety of options are available to us to pursue legislative solutions to help address these challenges. So the RTC, and I think all of you are aware, we have the authority to use the ballot process to secure funding for transit service in 2024. We're evaluating the feasibility of this option given the current sales tax rate here in Clark County, and also concerns regarding using sales tax as a funding source. Again, as I mentioned earlier, fuel revenue indexing will expire in 2026. So this means we'll need to go to the ballot to continue this key component of our ability to not only maintain, but also improve our valley's roadway system. And then given the decline of purchasing power of the gas tax, the increasing, and Director Swallow mentioned this as well, the increasingly fuel efficient nature of new vehicles and the shift to alternative vehicles such as hybrids, electric and hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles, the long-term viability of this important funding source will need to be addressed. And then finally, again, we just had our first track committee, and it's our Transportation Resource Advisory Committee. I think many of you are aware that this was a committee we had in place for 5 years prior to the pandemic that helped us advance our ability, that helped us advance FRI and all the efforts around that. And so we brought them back. They are going to help us as we look to enhance transportation infrastructure here in Southern Nevada to accommodate the future and current growth. And then the track members, they'll provide their input and guidance on RTC's vision and priorities in alignment with the region's transportation needs. And they'll help us make recommendations to our RTC Board of Commissioners. The track membership consists of, I think it's 33 very thoughtful and committed leaders here in Southern Nevada. They represent, large sectors. We've got businesses, unions, community groups, really businesses and stakeholders that are impacted by transportation-related issues. We held our first meeting of 2022 on February 24th and plan on wrapping up by the end of the year. TRAC is tasked with making recommendation to the RTC board to address transportation funding solutions and priority projects for the community. And if approved by the board, we may pursue one or more legislative fixes to address our funding issues in the next legislative session. And with that, that is the conclusion of my report, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Wow, you might. I see no hands raised.
Okay, that's either a good sign. I'm going to take it as a good sign.
It's a good sign. You covered everything. You answered everyone's questions. So you did an awesome job.
And Chairman, listen, we're available to you all the time. We rely on your insight and your leadership. And if there's anything that we can do to answer any question you may have now or in preparation for the next legislative session, of course, we're here to do whatever we can to help.
Thank you. We appreciate that. It was good to see you. Enjoy the remainder of your day.
Nice to see you too.
Awesome. And now, last but not least, Mr. Thomas, thank you so much for your patience with us today. Our final presentation will be with Mr. Bill Thomas. He's the Executive Director of the RTC from Washoe County, and he will have a presentation. He's one of our 4 MPOs in our state. So the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno, and I appreciate all of you giving me a few moments. I know you've been listening now for 4 hours, so I'm going to try to be maybe a little more succinct than I planned on being originally. But first question is, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members. As the chair said, my name is Bill Thomas. I'm Executive Director of the RTC Washoe. I'm going to do a presentation that very much parallels what CEO Maynard did and to some degree what Director Swallow did. The main thing I would say as you listen to our presentation is we're very, very similar to Southern Nevada RTC, but obviously different in scale. So we have a board similar to RTC Southern Nevada that's made up of elected officials. Our board is slightly smaller though. We have 5 members, 2 that are from the city of Reno, 2 that are from the County Commission of Washoe County, and 1 who is the the mayor of the city of Sparks. In addition, Director Swallow sits on our board as an ex officio member to participate in our deliberations and in our efforts. Like RTC Southern Nevada, we have 3 core services we provide, and I wanted to talk about those here at the beginning. But before I do, I know you started your meeting with a couple of public comments from individuals who live in Northern Nevada. And I wanted to share with you that both Ms. Glass and Ms. Martinez are known to us. Their comments today were things I hadn't heard, but we will follow up with them, and we may have already by now contacted them. So I want to assure you their concerns will be listened to the extent there's things we can do to address them, we will. I'm not going to get into particulars right now, but as I go through our presentation, I will answer some of the information that was presented, which isn't quite accurate in terms of how we operate. But I did want to offer to anybody on the committee, if they would like to dive deeply into how we operate, particularly our access system, I'm more than happy to do that, either through a phone call, emails, however you would like to dig deeper. So starting with our public transportation portion of our business, we operate here much like Southern Nevada. We have contractors that provide our service. Contractors also do the design, and we oversee them for construction of the project. So we're a very small organization, relatively, about 64 people, that does several $100 million worth of work each year. And our model, which has been in place pretty much from the beginning and has been very successful for the public, both in terms of what the public dollar gets, but as well as how much gets done, has been to use a contractor service provider model. That also means we have a lot of people get employed in Washoe County doing projects for RTC. So on our fixed route system, which is the biggest part of our transit system, we do about 8 million riders a year, and that was before pandemic. I'm going to talk in a minute about what happened during the pandemic, but that is the backbone of our system. Our access paratransit system, not unlike everybody else in the country, is really driven and guided by the Federal Transit Administration, and essentially they lay out the guidelines for how we operate, as well as the Americans with Disability Act. So that particular service is not one that there's a lot of flexibility or a lot of opportunity to create our own version of how it works. It's very prescriptive, and I can assure you we follow all of those rules. If we didn't, we wouldn't be getting FTA money. And then lastly, and you heard CEO Maynard talk about it, we've had a flex ride service for a few years now, which really is that third leg of the public transit stool between the fixed route system, which are large 40-person buses that are very much fixed in terms of where they go for the most part, and then the paratransit, which is really only available for people who are disabled and qualified. So this third version is really a version of, it's not door to door, the best be described as curb to curb. So if you think about it, the fixed bus, you have to go to it. It runs around a route, it runs on a certain schedule. If you want to use it, which is really designed for a lot of people to use, you have to go to it. The paratransit is designed where you call and you schedule a time to be picked up at your door and then taken to the door where you're going. The microtransit is a geographically constrained, smaller area that's basically added onto the fixed route that takes you generally from the curb or in your neighborhood to another place within that service area. So they're very distinct services that serve very different purposes. I would point out to you that a couple of things. First of all of our transit, all 3 of these, are funded by the county's fuel sales tax. So this is taxpayer money that pays for these services. In our county, we're not nearly as good or as good a position as Southern Nevada. We get about 7% of our fare from the fare box. And as you can imagine, raising fares is very difficult to do because most of the people, a great portion of the people we serve, are people who are disadvantaged. In addition, there's a lot of push from the federal level, and I say nationally, to try to even provide free transit service, which, while certainly it's laudable, it's still another, for us, 7% of revenue we'd have to pick up if we did that. or we'd have to cut service. By way of example in our costs, so our ride, the fixed route system, the cost for that is about $8.50 per ride. The flex ride, the second or the third method I talked to you about, that costs us almost $23 a ride. And the paratransit access costs $40 a ride. So you can see the difference between true mass transit and how many people can ride for a lesser cost versus a very expensive but very important access service for people with disabilities. And as you can imagine, since tax dollars are defined by formula, we have to figure out how best to manage the funds we're giving, which are an absolute to provide the service in our community. And that's what we struggle to do. And I think we're very effective at on a day-to-day basis. So I wanted to talk again about COVID and just give you some perspective on what happened to us. As you can see from this slide, the maximum level of decrease from ridership that we saw during COVID was about 65%. So 2 out of the 3 people that were riding no longer rode. We also saw, when you look at the bottom left, that as of today, we're still sitting at about 30%, 37%, almost 40% less riders than we had before the pandemic. Part of that, when you look at the world of public transportation, is that the bulk of our service is the people who don't have choice. A lot of people that are in a position either because of their physical or mental limitations, or because of their income level, not owning cars or not having a driver's license or not being able to get a driver's license, they use our system. And so what we found during the pandemic is it really defined the core people who use our transit system. And the big challenge, I would say, particularly when we talk about climate change, and I'll mention what we've done, is we have to find a way, not only here, but I think it would probably be true to some degree in Southern Nevada and across the state, how to get people onto the bus. The mere fact that we provide them is the first step. The second one is getting people to start using them and choose to, leave their cars in their pocket or their cars in the garage. The last 2 things I want to talk about, and I think both Christina and MJ talked about it, is the drivers. So we lost, as a result of COVID, almost over 30% of our drivers, which, as you can imagine, in a bus system or a transit system that's very dependent on drivers, having drivers, that made it very difficult for us to meet the service demands because we simply couldn't put the buses and the transit vehicles on the road. Since then, we've been able to add back very aggressively up to the point now where we're about 20% less. But as you can imagine, we're struggling with everybody else in our economy trying to get people to come to work. So we don't have a real special formula to say, with everybody not having the ability or having the difficulties of finding employees, we're in the same boat. So it is something that we're dealing with, something we're working very aggressively on, but something that's just the reality of our world today. The other point, which again is reiterating what you've already heard, is the increasing cost of capital. And these numbers do not reflect what's going on with the cost of oil. And as has been mentioned, the fact that asphalt and everything to do with construction is going up. I would share that the latest numbers I saw earlier this month on the actual price of materials we use in constructing our roads is up about 12%. So it's very significant in terms of what our costs are going to be probably in the next year or two. Hopefully it won't last long. But very briefly, so right now, as a rule of thumb, just to give you some perspective, is it costs us about $10 million to build a mile of road. And we have a system now that's 478 miles. So if you do the math, it's about a $4.7 billion system. I'm not saying we have to replace that all at once, but it gives you some perspective on the fact that if you're spending $10 million to do 1 mile, it's a very large issue looming in the future in terms of our ability to maintain and build the roadway network we're going to need for the growth in our state. One of the things that was an advantage for us during COVID is we had a project, our Virginia Street Bus Rapid Transit addition. It's a really critical part that connects the University of Nevada through the core of our downtown and ultimately to one of our major commerce centers and to Meadowood Mall, which is one of our two big regional malls. During the pandemic, we made a decision, consulting with some of the businesses, to not phase that project. Normally, when you build a road, you would close down one side, basically disrupt half the people, and then close down the other side and disrupt the other half later. We met with all of the people and we said, well, businesses were closed, business was slow. This would be the perfect time to shut the road down totally, and get it done. And we were very lucky that the business community was very supportive of that. It allowed us to build that road not only 17 months ahead of schedule, but we saved over $28 million, which we have been working with the FTA to be able to repurpose back into our community. So not everything bad about the pandemic was painful. This one actually was good. And I just wanted to share that with you to show that we got creative in figuring out how we could deal with this once in a lifetime, hopefully, crisis. So I put together this graphic, which is the next 5 years. Oops, I went too far. It's the next 5 years of major projects in Washoe County. And the color code here shows the projects that are red are projects within qualified census areas. The blue ones are ones that either touch or are partially in qualified census areas, and the dashed black ones are ones that are outside. And the point being that, we've been talking a lot, and it's the right thing to do about how we invest our infrastructure money. This graphic shows you that we're spending 77% over the next 5 years within qualified census tracts or adjacent to or next to. So I would say very proudly, we in Washoe County are spending the money where we think the federal government, we think the state government, we know our local community wants to spend it. So I just wanted to share that with you. Very quickly on the COVID money. So we got about $45 million in total in 3 tranches. We are, as of this month, we will have spent all of that. And I think it's something that you may not know, but I think you should be proud of us here in Nevada, including Southern Nevada RTC, because it is atypical for our public agencies to have spent all of their COVID funds. And we both have done that or will have done that very soon. So what did it mean to us? Here at RTC Washoe, it allowed us to not lay off any of our drivers. So we kept the drivers working through that 65% ridership drop off that I mentioned. And typically what you would do is cut back the service if people weren't riding. We did that with intent, both from the standpoint of keeping people employed, but also, and just as important, is we wanted to make sure that people weren't crowded on buses. So we intentionally left our system running through the pandemic as if nothing had happened. And it gave us more capacity on each bus for people to separate and to feel more comfortable. And really what we are trying to do is make sure that people continue to ride the buses because it's important to them. It was an essential trip for them, but it's also important to us that we maintain the ridership as best we could through this unique time. So a couple of different things that we have done as far as federal money, because I know that's one of the topics of conversation here. We got a grant, Department of Transportation grant for one of our bridges, $7 million, a raised grant. And then hopefully, I don't think the cat's out of the bag yet, but hopefully we'll be getting some money in earmark soon to also go towards that bridge. We also got a grant. We're a bit behind, but we're on a parallel track with Southern Nevada RTC to get 2 hydrogen fuel cell buses and refueling. So we've moved down that path. I would share with you that we've had electric buses since 2014. So we're a very early adopter. Hopefully in the next couple of months, we will be 100% alternative fuel with our whole fleet. So we're very much an early adopter of alternative fuels and the benefit to the environment. And we will continue to do that. The good thing is we're well ahead of most places in the country. The bad thing in terms of some of the money you saw is we really don't need more buses right now. So we're going to pivot to other things that we might need the money for. But at least for the next 5 years, we're in a really good position in terms of having vehicles that are low or no emissions in terms of what the federal government's looking for with funding. I would point out we also got a grant for $300,000 to extend our bus rapid transit system further to the south and work with the local governments to figure out how we can do a better job of having development that's supportive of fixed route transit. Just quickly, these, and you heard some of these funding sources. These are the funding sources that we use through formula funding. And as the previous speakers have said, we're very in tune to how that money flows. I think Ben was his name that had talked to you about the federal dollars and how the majority of it's going to come out through processes that are already in place. Well, these are a lot of those, and I can assure you, and I know the state and I know RTC Southern Nevada and the MPOs are very much in tune to how to use those processes to get money into our state, either all of ours that's equitably ours, as well as those competitive grants that we've been talking about. So very quickly on terms of how we're funded, 45% of our operation, our capital, is funded by the fuel tax. We've had a fuel tax, index fuel tax since 2009. So again, an early adopter in having index fuel tax, it's allowed us to do many of the things we needed to do. We're strong supporters of that. And if asked by the legislature, we would highly encourage all other counties in the state to index their fuel tax so they can help themselves, help all of us. It's been a very, I would say, wise decision by the voters of our county because they're the ones who imposed it on themselves. And it has allowed us to do a lot of the things we've done to keep our network operating. About 17% of our operations and all the money goes to public transportation comes from sales tax. As you've heard, during the pandemic, we had budgeted for that to go down significantly, assuming there would be a recession at the same time. That didn't happen. People actually spent much more than they did beforehand. So that's been good for us in terms of our public transit funding health. And then lastly, about a quarter of our revenue comes from federal funding. I would point out, if you're not aware, that the way the federal funding works for transit is we get money for capital and we get money for maintaining the facilities. We do not get any federal money, except during the pandemic was basically a one-time thing that has been changed back to the way they've done in the past. All of the operating costs of our transit system, including paratransit and FlexRide, is funded by the local sales tax. We don't get any state money for those operating services. That's all local money that funds the public transportation system. So very quickly, and I'll just show this because you've already heard it, but this is a graphic that shows what will likely happen when you look at that kind of light blue graph there that shows it depleting as it goes to the right. We modeled if the governor's efforts for changing to electric vehicles were successful. That was our estimation of what it would look like in terms of fuel consumption, simply by the fact that more people would be driving alternative fuel vehicles that aren't using gasoline. We also looked at some of the trends right now in terms of the miles per gallon increasing. And you can see that, for the societal standpoint of that conversion is a good thing, but it does come at a cost of having a lot less money to take care of our roads, not only for building the ones that people will still be driving out with their electric vehicles, but also the ones that are there today because people don't want to drive through potholes regardless of what their source of energy is for their vehicle. And that red line very quickly is what vehicle miles traveled is. And you heard that, I think, from Christina. So you can see people are driving much more as our communities grow. And we've got this gap here between the two that we need to deal with, hopefully in the near term, but certainly in the long term. So as far as federal priorities, I want to touch on the six that we're putting out there. The first one, Lemon Drive, is our raised grant application. It's about a $45 million project. We're probably asking for somewhere around $25 million. That particular road is in what's called a closed basin, which is pretty prevalent in Nevada. Those are those areas where whenever we get rainstorms, we don't have a lot of rivers that drain to the ocean. The water stays. The water stays there until it evaporates. We had in this particular neighborhood, which is one of the qualified census tracts, we had two atmospheric storms, river storms, come at the same one after another, and it filled in this terminal basin with water, put houses underwater, put this road underwater. So this is our most important resiliency effort, to be able to build a road back so that at some point in the future, possibly sooner than later with what's going on with climate, that happens. People aren't precluded from getting to work, getting to the grocery store, getting their kids to school, because they were basically trapped for the most part when they couldn't get out of their neighborhood. And this is why this is our top priority in terms of the RAISE grant. The other two, Keystone and Sierra, are our two worst bridges. Those will be our request, as you've heard of the bridge bucket. And then we're working on two other projects that have to do with important capacity needs in some of our most critical areas, which are the Spanish Springs areas in the northeast part of the community. And then lastly, looking to replace our bus facility, which will be eliminated in the future, not near term, but longer term. But we're going to take advantage of this opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity, to do something we're eventually going to have to do, which is replace our bus maintenance facility. Very quick picture of it. I'll just speak through that unless somebody wants me to go back and look at it. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about in this particular area is, and you heard Christina mention it, so this is an effort to try to see what we can do. And it'll take RTC, local, state, federal governments all getting on the same page. And what this graphic shows you is this is our existing and proposed bus rapid transit facility. We've spent about $150 million on it. Likely it'll be close to $200 million investment by the time we get done. But this blue that you see on this map, those are lands that are within 1/4 mile of that fixed route, 10-minute service bus system. And this is perhaps the best way, if we really want to deal with that issue of people having to drive or choosing to drive all the time. We need to figure out how to get people to where the transit is. This type of transit, which again is $8 a ride and the most efficient and effective, is not very portable. We have to figure out, how do we get the people, because we're going to have people moving here and we need to find places for them. How do we get them in these areas? So that's what this graphic represents. It's a big, different way of doing business, but one that certainly I think will address not only the suburban sprawl, but also the supporting of transit to make it optimally utilized. So transportation safety, we do a lot to scale in terms of pedestrian safety. We've been very active with the Zero Fatalities effort, and actually RTC leads that for our community. We work very closely with Southern Nevada and NDOT on it. Just a quick example of things we've done. We've got 6 rapid flashing beacons we installed, and we have 8 that are underway. We also use one of our specific federal programs where we have money that's from the state that we apportion out to build paths, bike paths, pedestrian paths, bike lanes. You can see solar-powered traffic calming devices. All this money is programmed specifically to these kind of improvements in our community that benefit not only safety, but also pedestrians and bicycles directly. Again, this is our program that this is our outing, basically, our public engagement effort to talk to the community about changing their behavior so they can do their part to be safe on our roadway system. We've also, the legislature, with your great wisdom, approved a ability for local governments to implement pedestrian safety zones. And in those, and I'll tell you I'm not an expert on it, but I believe what it does, it allows us to ratchet up the fees on which somebody would pay that violates the rules or the ability to drive in these areas. And we've got one of those in place. Actually, we've got 3 of them in place now, or 2 of them in place. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them in place. So they've been very productive in our community in terms of making it safer around school zones. And I would say from a pedestrian safety standpoint in Washoe County, that's kind of where we've started our focus, is really around schools. And as we sort through that and learn some good lessons on how to manage speed, we would try to maybe move that to other places where it's critical for the safety of people in our community. So I'm not going to belabor this one because we don't have anything specific, but I would share with you, just jumping off of the last thing we said, that one of the possible pieces of legislation that we're talking about bringing to the legislature is the ability to use cameras, enforcement cameras in school zones. And the way we're envisioning it, and when I say we, it's a lot of the local partners, it's a lot of people who are engaged in the zero fatality program that are contributors and supporters of that, realizing that we need some new tools to be able to make our school zone safer. And in this case, what we're considering bringing forward, and again, we haven't formally, our board hasn't voted on it, and it hasn't even turned into anything in writing, would be asking the legislature to enable local governments to possibly use that tool in school zones where it was warranted based on the safety needs. So with that, I will conclude my comments and certainly be available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us and for the presentation, Mr. Thomas. Members, do you have any questions for him?
I have one, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one. After you implemented the indexing and the fuel cost in Reno, have you noticed that how many cars are going out of town to fill up? Have you done any study on that?
Through the chair to Assemblyman Ellison or Senator, I'm sorry.
Assembly.
Okay, thank you. We have not. We know that it's certainly something we hear because it's very easy to drive down to Carson City to get gas. I would be lying if I didn't say sometimes when I'm down there, I don't fill up at the Costco. But I don't have a number. It hasn't seemed to make a difference in terms of our ability to collect revenue, but it certainly is something that a lot of people in the community talk about.
I think maybe in the future, you might want to take a look at that. I think you'd gain more money by looking at the indexing versus what the other counties are doing, because I live right beside Costco and when I'm here, so I see it a lot and talk to a lot of people there. So, okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the members? All right, I'm seeing none. So I thank you so much again for joining us this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. All right, that brings us to our second session of public comment. And I will ask our broadcast staff, do we have anyone waiting on the lines to give public comment at this time?
Thank you, Chair. If you'd like to give public comment, please press raise hand in your Zoom window or *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
And for anyone that wishes to give public comment, I'll just remind you that it's 3-minute limit for public comment.
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Let's just give it one more minute. There might be someone calling in. We've had a long day. By chance, have we had anyone join us?
Chair, there are no callers at this time.
All right. Well, members, with that will conclude today's meeting. I thank you all for joining. We've had some great presentations, a lot of information, great ideas for some legislation for next legislative session. I'm happy to say that our next meeting will be in person, and it's scheduled for May 11th at 10 a.m. It will be here in Las Vegas. So I wish you all a wonderful day. Enjoy your evening, and I'll see you soon. This meeting is adjourned.